Hello, good morning and welcome along to the second day of Group A action here at the MODUS Super Series, where it's Brian Rahman who currently leads the way at the top of the league standings. But will he still occupy top spot after moving day? Lee Budgeon had the worst possible prep for his opening day of Group A action, arriving 25 minutes before his opening game got underway. He went on to lose all 5 matches. Tom van den Hogen's one win on debut came over Budgeon. He struggled to find the level required to compete with the 4 players above him in the table. James van Bessian will be pleased with his opening day, played at a higher level than his recent form suggested he would, and produced the highest average of the day against Rahman. Alex Spellman's averages ranged from 77 to just over a ton. Can he settle and deliver more consistently today? Kurt Parry lacked a clinical edge on the outer ring at times, but the Welshman will be pleased with his return of 8 points and his scoring power in a number of fixtures. Brian Rahman sits top of the table on leg difference. His mid-range finishing was superb over the course of the day's play, and he saved his best until last. Yeah, great to have Paul Nicholson alongside me. Kurt Parry and Brian Rahman both won 4 of their 5 yesterday. Rahman a running average of around 90, just under for the day. He just looked so composed, so in control of his game up here, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he showed his experience and the fact that now that his troubles at Q School and he doesn't have any tour card pressure this year, I think he's just going to roll with things over the next few months. And he showed a lot of what he's capable of yesterday, but don't be fooled, there's still a lot more in the tank.
Yeah, we can see confirmation of the league standings. Kurt Parry will be really pleased to be in second, especially when you take into consideration the dodgy darts he had at the outer ring.
Yeah, we called it early yesterday. It's followed him around his career over the last 10 years, that maybe his doubling hasn't been up to scratch, but one of the best things about playing in a Group A scenario is that it gives you time to figure that out. The fact that he has walked away with 80% as a win ratio yesterday is excellent, considering he was still at that 30% level on the doubling, which for him isn't good enough. But if he can improve on that today, that will see him or stand him in good stead for the next few days.
For Alex Spellman, we highlighted it yesterday, had an average in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and a ton topper in there as well. He'll want to perform more consistently today. What advice would you give him, though, in order to do that?
Just be a little bit patient. Don't get too downhearted. Mondays genuinely find your worst game, particularly early. Now that he's got that day in the bank, a good night's sleep hopefully for Alex, coming into day 2, I'm sure it will be a better or a tighter range. That's something that Chris Mason talked about yesterday. The top level to the bottom level, it's just got to be a bit tighter. If he can bring that down to about maybe 20 points instead of around 30 to 35, then I think he's going to have a better day.
There's been quite a lot of movement in the outright betting. Brian Rahman is now the favourite to top the group. Quite remarkable that Lee Budgeon was 7-2 to top the group. He's now 28-1. Of course, had a really disastrous start to yesterday. Only arrived 25 minutes before his opening game got underway. How important is it that he shows that mental strength today to not let that bog him down?
I think he just needs a better day. If he walks away with no victories on Tuesday, then Wednesday is going to be a very long session for him. And when it comes to the late arrival, we can cut him a bit of slack with maybe the first game, possibly the second, but the next 3 we can't, unfortunately. He's had plenty of time to prepare for those games. And that's one of the intricacies of this format. When you play knockout darts and you arrive late, and you play one match, you think, okay, fair enough, they arrive late. But if you're playing round robin, you've got plenty of time to prepare for the future matches. Yeah. So we can't cut him some slack for that. But again, just like Alex Spellman, I think Lee needs just a better day today. It's looking very likely that it's going to be Group C for him, unless he goes through the card today, which Chris Mason mentioned yesterday. And I just don't see that happening at this stage.
No surprise at all when we have a look at the bet builder that one of the selections includes Parry over 1.5180s against Van Bessian. He hit one in every match yesterday. That's an area where his game is really, really strong.
It is strong. And when you consider that he had 1 in every match yesterday, that's good, but he will want even more. That bet builder you've got Roman to beat Van Bessien in the very first game, I think that's very good. I mean, that was a tremendous match yesterday. So Roman is going to have to be against the darts as well, so a little bit trickier. But yeah, I can get behind that at 4-6. Match 180s in the second one, as you can see, for Parry at 8-13. It's a bit 50-50. If he does what he did yesterday, that's not going to come in. But player handicap, you've got Spellman against Budgeon. Yeah, I can get behind that as well at 1-1.
Just a quick word on Van Bessien then, because he did perform at a higher level than we expected from him yesterday. Do you expect a drop-off today? Because so often we see on debut a player will have a superb opening day, the adrenaline is there, struggle to replicate that on day two. Do you see that being a problem today?
It's a fair point, but sometimes when people have that great Monday, it's at a very high level, maybe put in a running average of about 92, 93. But what he did, James, yesterday, was he played at a very sustainable level. He played better than I thought he would, and that was great to watch, but it is a level that he can replicate fairly comfortably. So if he was to improve again on Tuesday, I wouldn't be surprised.
Right then, before we get our Belgian battle underway, let's hear from Brian now.
Morning, Brian. Welcome back to the Super Series. I'm sure a place you didn't want to return to. First of all, a bit disappointing at Q School?
Yeah, it was disappointed, but yeah, I had a surgery now on my right shoulder 4 weeks ago, so I knew Q School was a bit too early, but I think I recovered well from it, so it's fine.
Yeah, just gave it a run out and see how the injury held up. But a magic Monday yesterday, superb, winning 4 out of 5, an average approaching 90 for the day. You must be super pleased with that.
Yeah, I'm more than happy with that. If you see my averages at Q School, I couldn't reach an 80 average, so I'm more than happy with that.
Yeah, ambitions now for not only the rest of the week, but the remainder of 2024. What have you got your eyes on?
I heard you saying on commentary that my resume is not that good, so maybe I have to build on that, and we will see what happens this year.
Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't a critique, but a former world number one. You're obviously aware you're super talented. You don't get to world number one without that talent. Is there any tournaments that you have in mind this year that you want to play in?
Yeah, definitely Dutch Open in 2 weeks or next week.
Just the toughest one out there.
Yeah. Well, I got to the final last time I played there, so I want to try and do it better. And then, of course, the tournaments that I won before, I want to go there as well, and we will see what happens.
Great stuff. Good luck for the rest of the week, mate.
Thank you.
Right then, up first this morning on the Super Series stage, our tabletopper Brian Roman involved in an all-Belgian battle. Both of these players averaged in excess of a ton in what was our highest quality contest of the session yesterday. Roman getting over the line with an 11-dart leg, 57% on the doubles in that contest. Will we be treated to more of the same today? Let's find out in the company of Paul Nicholson, and a very good morning to the winner of multiple WDF titles, former match play semi-finalist and World Grand Prix and PDC World Championship quarter-finalist, Chris Mason.
Good morning, Abby, and thank you. That was me told, wasn't it, Nico? Oh, they're a bit spiky dart players, aren't they?
They can be. Sometimes when we are told certain stories about our careers, if we don't like what people say, then we're going to pipe up, and that's, I think, going to do Brian a lot of good. Because, let's face it, we talked about him being a WDF number one in the past, and the number one seed for Lakeside, and we said that's an amazing achievement. But we were slightly surprised that he'd only won 3 ranking events. But what I really like about that interview, apart from him almost saying, I will do more, he's already earmarked something
41.
very, very close to now to something that he really wants, which is the Dutch Open. He was right. Back in 2020, when he made the final, he lost to Ross
100.
Montgomery, and he lost by 3 sets to 1. Imagine if he was to go on and win it this year, what that would do for his career.
Yeah, I mean, it's as far as open competition goes, that's without question the toughest one out there to win.
66.
Within that WDF system, it attracts literally, I mean, it used to attract thousands upon thousands of players. I'm not sure it's
125.
quite as popular as today. I remember playing in it just a handful of times. I think the best I ever did was the quarterfinals, and I was completely out on my feet. I've never played so many darts in my life, and it was cutthroat. It was best of 5 early on.
80.
Before we go too deep into today's play, let's talk about that 2020 Dutch Open, because he did lose to Montgomery in the final.
70.
Now, Montgomery is someone who has also lost his tour privileges over the last few weeks. But in getting to that final, he beat Andy Bartons in the quarters. That's made to look like an even better win now, considering he's the current WDF world champ.
60.
And he beat Paul Hogan in the semi-finals, and that's not an easy task anywhere.
Paul Hogan, who's
95.
recently had success and hit a wonderful 109 average on the seniors tour at the weekend.
Just proving that point. As far as yesterday is concerned, Rahman was the man. He was
81.
the highest averaging
Brian
player
Mackay,
yesterday.
111.
Pretty much courtesy of that rubber stamp at the end when he averaged over 100 against James in match 15.
And on the back of that
99.
operation he mentioned that was about 4 or 5 weeks ago, the fact that he produced his best numbers in the final match of the day must be massively reassuring that
133. Brian, you
whatever
replied
they've
12.
done has worked.
Double six for the first leg.
Game shot.
And he finds the middle of the trapdoor
Brian
to start
Rahman.
our day. Really good find there from Brian, who gets an immediate break of throw. And boy,
Second
did
leg,
he
it's
need that
Brian
double
to throw
three as well,
first.
because
Game on.
James found himself on tops after that wonderful 1-3-3 approach.
Well, Abbey was having a bit of a resume off.
93.
Has he won a Super Series week? That's more important than any WDF events. I mean, and Players' Championship titles, Paul. This is the thing.
You know, that's the first time I've ever heard you mention your
100.
weekly success. You've been somewhat humble until this point.
Well, there you go. Don't poke the bear.
I can't say a thing. I haven't even
58.
qualified for a Saturday yet.
But this match yesterday was an absolute beauty, wasn't it, between these two? Combined averages of in excess of a ton. I mean, James lost with 101.2. They had 10 darts at a double between them.
100.
Between them, the doubling success was at 60%. 4 180s in the match. It was a absolute thriller.
58.
Yeah, fitting climax to a first day of week 10.
And a high quality first day, it has to be said. An average across all the players, a mean average of approaching 85.
Yeah, that's not bad. And as we get closer and closer to Champions Week, I expect those
140.
daily numbers to continually improve. Maybe with a few stutters along the way.
97.
This Group A
James
scenario
Mackay,
is very similar to that.
161.
You can have a lot of success, but you are maybe allowed a few, possibly 2 or 3 stutters along the course of the campaign.
In this format, Paul, you're gonna have some games where it just doesn't click, and you miss a few darts at doubles, and you're just not on it. That happens in short format
137.
games.
He's been really good on that treble 19 so far in this match as James Van Vissien, that's for sure.
Well, we were super impressed with him yesterday because we
James
certainly
required
didn't expect him to
24.
play at the level he played at.
Well, let's see what he's like on double 12.
Game shot.
Yeah, that's very handy. A 14
James Van
darter to
Vissien.
break straight back. What is it about these two playing against each other?
Third
They
leg, it's
seem
James to throw
really
first. Game
comfortable.
on.
Well, I don't mean to let any secrets out or anything, but when I was getting a few supplies yesterday, I did actually run into both of these guys at the local supermarket. And I'm sure they do know each other very well. But when you both speak the same language, you will gravitate towards each other in a
60.
6-person group.
Absolutely.
If you had 2 Aussies in there, you had 2 Dutch players, maybe 2 Germans, 2 players from Luxembourg, which you've had in the past.
121.
And when we had the Scandinavian players over, they very much, like you say, gravitated towards each other, and it's just a bit of reassurance, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there have been times where players have felt a little bit cut off from the rest of the group because of a language barrier, and that happens in modern dart.
85.
I remember one time when Alexander Merckx of the Netherlands was the only Dutch player in a Champions Week group, and the rest of them were English speaking.
180.
Now that's our first 180 of the day, which adds to the 26 that we got on Monday, which is not a bad total at all.
Yeah, we fancied this was going to be a good group.
42.
We certainly felt that Parry, Rahman, Spellman,
100.
possibly Lee Budgeon would be in the mix. We didn't anticipate the level of play from this man here, James Van Vissien. Being a very pleasant surprise.
I think the best thing about his
100.
first day
Brian, you require
wasn't
100.
just his level of play, which surprised us, but his focus.
Yeah, the attitude.
Double 10 for Brian.
Game shot on the
Right at the
third
top,
leg.
just as I
Brian
like to see
Roman.
them. He shouldn't go anywhere near that double 15. And it is 3 breaks of throw to
Fourth leg,
start
it's Brian to
Tuesday.
throw first. Game on.
Ryan Roman averaging 96.5 right now.
99.
I've got to get something off my chest when it comes to Brian because I've been a fan of his for years. His Lakeside matches back in 2022 had me on the edge of my seat. I was commentating with our colleague Chris
100.
Murphy during that tournament, and my word, I thoroughly enjoyed every single match he played there.
140.
Particularly a game against Johnny Haynes, where he won by 3 sets to 2. My word, I would watch that every day of the week. But what I will say, because I talk about dart shirts a lot, some shirts really do impress me. And wait for Alex Spellman's today. I'm a big fan of that one.
60.
But for someone who's got the nickname The Riddler, come on, Brian. Somebody give him a shirt with The Riddler on it. Some real animation.
180.
Or maybe he's just going to animate the vocal cords of Charlie Corstoffen. I've been told to get that right, you know. It's a place in Scotland, isn't it? Corstoffen.
Well, I didn't know that.
180. Brian, you require 82.
Stuffing them in the treble 20 at the moment. I know that. Ball.
Game shot on the fourth
Oh, well, that's not a
leg.
first.
Brian
He saw in our
Roman.
highlights package at the start of the show what he's like on a bullseye finish, and he's just got another one for a 3-1
Fifth
lead
leg,
here.
it's James to
And he's
throw
playing
first.
really
Game
well
on.
again.
Yeah, not for the first time. In excess of a ton. This is some start. Continuing where he left off at around
55.
1:30 yesterday afternoon. This is highly impressive.
What have you done to him, Chris?
99.
I don't know, but I'll have another poke later.
Yeah, if he plays like this all day, I'm going to blame you. But I'm not going to blame you. I'm going to enjoy the way he plays because he's fast. He's got a real snappy action.
Yeah, great counter.
60.
Creative in terms of his finishing.
Yeah, I don't think. In fact, I'm going to retort
100.
before I say that. His 93 checkout yesterday of 19 treble 8 bull. If he tops that this week, I'll be the first one to tip my cap to him.
Well, I did briefly speak to him yesterday about that,
140.
and he was going for the 48 double 13, which we seen him do yesterday, and he strayed into the treble 8. Now, I would probably have to just sort of go, right,
54.
well, I wouldn't have gone 48 26 anyway, but I'd have had to take my shoes and socks off to count to 20.
But it's a window of opportunity shot, isn't it? Because
Yeah,
either
but there was
treble leaves a
pull-
shot.
Yeah, there was no pulls. He knew exactly what was left. And that's the impressive part of it. Because you'll see a lot
26.
of players who don't have that ability to count on the fly. And that little pause and hesitation can cause you issues.
57.
You lose that rhythm.
We talked about certain dart players being augmented yesterday. Maybe Brian's got a little bit of that. He's been forced to play well in this game.
100.
He might get 6 darts from 191 to finish this match off. But if he puts ultimate pressure on James,
137.
it's either hit the
James, you
Shanghai
require
or back to the
120.
practice room. That micro snarl and that focus. Start this combination, needs the treble 20 and finds it right in the top left corner.
100.
That's a splendid effort.
Brian, you require
Yeah, that
54.
Treble 20 almost deserved for the tops to go in. 18 for double. He loves this
Game,
side of the
shot,
board. And
the
that's
match.
why
Brian
finishing
Roman.
off with an average of 99.32. His final game of the day yesterday, he averaged just in excess of a ton, and well, that's as close as damn it. Couple of 180s in there, couple of 140s, and again replicating the 4 from 7 in his final game yesterday with 4 from 7 in this one. When we come back, Kurt Parry takes on Alex Spellman.
Kurt Parry won 4 of his 5 matches yesterday here at the Super Series, has the opportunity to join Brian Rahman on 10 points at the top of the table with a win here over Alex Spellman. The Welshman did come out on top in this fixture yesterday, limited the Americans' opportunities at the back end of legs, missed 9 at double himself, but just carved out more opportunities than his opponent. Spellman, of course, the odds-on favourite to top Group A before a dart had been thrown. He's now 2-1 to qualify for finals night on Wednesday. To see who gets off to a brighter start on day 2, let's get back to Chris and Paul in comms.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, a very bright start needed by somebody. And if it is to be Kurt Parry from South Wales here in the first match for them today, we will see a 4-point cushion between the top 2 and the next 2. Because James Van Bessien has already lost. Rahman has
First leg, it's
formed
Kurt
that
to throw
4-point
first.
gap between the two
Game
Belgians. Will the same be the case here, or will we have Spellman joining his opponent in this first match of the day on 8?
140.
Now, Mace, it was really interesting to look at the numbers this morning for Kurt. He had 180 in every game. Very consistent, but we were almost left aghast at the fact that he didn't get more than 1 in
180.
each game. And he's already chasing Spellman, who's got his first with his first throw of the day.
Yeah, when we look back at his
100.
previous here and look at some of his stats when he was playing a lot more competitive darts, there's one element to his game where there's 2. One a positive, and that is the
84.
amount of 180s per legs played. The negative is his Achilles heel, which you called very early yesterday, and that is his
38.
finishing.
I was going on information from years ago, but I do distinctly remember when he played here and in our previous studio that Achilles heel did rear its
100.
head just a few more times. Now, do my eyes deceive me, or has he got another pair of Bobby Dazzlers on today? Different colour.
100. Alex,
They were black yesterday. He seems to have got the
137.
maroon version on today.
We do love a pair of Bobby Dazzlers.
Must have a really good shoe
97.
shop
Kurt
down there in
Mackay,
Ogmaville.
123.
54 for Bull left. And Spellman has started very
91.
well
Alex,
here,
you
leaving
require
tops after
40.
12. This is an excellent beginning.
How's the end? That is a bus ride away. Got to pick a side.
How
Oh,
does
look
he-
at that.
Look at that.
20.
That was the
Kurt, you
perfect
require
camera angle to
32.
show you what he could see. That was an awful lie.
Well, he couldn't see anything.
Game shot on the first leg.
Kurt Parry
Kurt Parry.
steps in. Well, we spoke about his doubling. 1 from 1.
Second leg, it's Alex
It's
to throw
easy
first.
for us to say that he
Game
was
on.
listening yesterday, but it's another one to put it into practice. But one thing's for sure, it was a good day because 8 points from a possible 10. I don't know anybody who
45.
wouldn't take that on a first day of a Group A.
Well, especially now what we know about this group and the levels.
100.
Now, we talked somewhat briefly in the first leg about those likelihoods for Kurt. 87.56 is average for the first day. And even though his doubling wasn't up to the
95.
level that he wants, it was still 30%, which is not disastrous
No.
as long as you get enough chances.
Yeah, and the thing with his game
85.
is he's such a big scorer, he's going to create opportunities. My concern will be when he's in a match where he's going to get maybe 6 darts at a double across.
100.
Ooh, look at those.
They are cushy.
140.
I think there are going to be people using their phones and taking pictures of those and saying, we're going to get a pair of those. I know a few dart players that might fancy a pair of those particular sneaks.
140.
Well, they match Spellman's shirt a bit, don't they?
They do a little bit, and you know, I've already told you this morning, I'm a big fan of this
100.
Spellman
Alex
shirt. I
Mackay,
think
121.
of all of the colours he's got, this is his best one. He had the best finish of yesterday, of 127 on the bull. He's not going to get a shot at the bull this time.
And this is the era where
97.
Parry's got to pick
Cody
it up.
requires 76.
These little 2-3 dart combinations. 11 ball. Double 14. That's a bonus.
Game shot on the
That's more
second
like
lay.
it.
Kurt Parry.
16 darter, followed by a 15 darter. 2-0 up, averaging 97 against a
Third leg, it's
very
Kurt to
good
throw
Spellman who's
first.
averaging
Game on.
nigh on 96.
This is imposing stuff from Kurt Parry, who I've always rated extremely highly.
Well, when you've got a throw like that, Paul, you can do things like that.
180.
He hasn't had a game so far this week where he hasn't hit a max. Question is, in this game now, is he going to get more than one?
96.
Might run out of legs.
I think he wants to run out of legs because he wants to get this done as quickly as possible. That's the name of the game.
45.
Well, these are key games because he'll be fully aware Spellman's going to take points off of other players. So this is a key game in terms of his campaign of not just finishing in the
100.
top 3 in this group, but possibly winning it.
And something we didn't talk about yesterday is how much intensity
95.
do these players have coming into these challenges, because they're not commuting from home. We know that Alex has travelled from the United States for this, off the back of Challenge Tour action. We know that Kurt has come all the way from South Wales.
98.
He's not commuting between the two because you just can't do that. So he's spending time away from his family, people he loves.
140.
So that's his sacrifice. And Spellman's doing the same. He's away from his nearest and dearest on the East Coast of the United States. And that urgency of, well, if I'm going to sacrifice time with
100.
them,
Kurt, you
I've got to do
require
well.
41.
Yeah, you're spot on. Double 16 for 3-0.
Game shot on the third
Yeah,
leg.
to miss a dart, a
Kurt
double.
Parry.
The commentator's curse, well and truly in here. Well, he's getting better
Fourth
in
leg, it's
increments
Alex to
of
throw
one.
first.
16
Game
darter,
on.
15 darter, 14 darter. Coming up next to 13.
But from who?
45 darts used to get to this point, an average of 100.20.
60.
It's not as if Spellman's played poorly. He's played all right. He's had 3 darts at double. They were all at tops.
85.
And all in the one leg.
Correct. He's going to win from this position against Kurt playing this well. He's going to have to be spellbinding.
Gonna have to
85.
be pretty perfect.
He's starting to
95.
lose the line every now and again, but his best performance yesterday, Kurt, was 93.39. That's not bad, but that performance should have been a little bit better.
140.
It could have easily been up towards 98, 99 if it hadn't been for some mismatched darts towards the end.
Yeah, he missed 7 at a
99.
double in that match. If you half that, you're at around 96, 97.
That's a good lie for Alex. He can stack them on top of each other. This is surely a 140. to be.
140.
That's like putting a book on a shelf right there. But here's a problem. There's that second 180 we've been talking about.
180. Alex, you require 76.
Hit this, otherwise it might be 4-0. Doesn't need to stack this one on top. It's got to be a perfect shot at tops.
56.
That may be the last dart he
Kurt,
throws
you
in his
require
first game of
42.
Tuesday. Parry has not missed a dart at double yet. He goes back to double 16.
Game, shot,
What a performance.
and the match.
The
Kurt
best
Parry.
of the week, average-wise. And, of course, he's 4 out of 4 on the doubles. He ticked a lot of boxes in that first performance of the day. KP was not nuts. He was magnificent. There you can see it on the left-hand side of your screen. He ticked every box, apart from a ton plus checkout. He didn't even need one. But he will go towards the top of the table on 10 points now. And at +7, he's just behind Rahman. And they both have a 6-point gap now. When we come back, we'll see what we'll get from the Dutchman in this group and an Englishman. Because Lee Budgeon today was on time.
Yeah, great view there of our Super Series settings, the perfect environment for some high quality darts, which is exactly what we've been treated to so far this morning. Lee Budgeon and Tom van den Hogen complete our opening round of fixtures here. Budgeon lost all 5 of his matches yesterday, averaged just 72 in this particular match. Cut quite a dejected figure by the time this one came around though, pinned just 1 of his 10 darts at double, which was really a reflection of his day as a whole. As for Van den Hogen, just the 1 win yesterday, which came in this fixture. But one thing that was apparent yesterday, when he did get a dart at double, he was very strong in that department. His problem was largely creating the chances to get a look in at the back end of legs. Vital that Budgeon makes a better start today if he wants to remain competitive and keep himself in the hunt for a Group B spot. To see whether he can do that then, let's rejoin Mason Nico.
97.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, very well said about Tom van den Hogen on the doubles yesterday, because he was the best of everybody percentage-wise. Quite surprised to see this morning, Mace, that he was 46% on the doubles, but he did get the fewest attempts.
Yeah, backs up what Abby was saying, that if he's getting an opportunity, more often than not, he's taking them. What he's got to find
140
is a bit more consistency in the scoring phase.
You and I talked about Tom very early yesterday about
60.
the likelihood of low darts. Now, his action does look fairly fluid, but maybe just a few first-day nerves. Saw a few tight shots. I'll be interested to see what happens in the early exchanges here. And for me, they already look better, which is bad news for Lee Budgeon.
Yeah, it just looks more relaxed, but I think we're going to see a much better version of Lee Budgeon today after a good night's sleep, an opportunity to reflect, and as we mentioned yesterday, was unfortunately stuck in a horrendous traffic jam. And I think once you arrive here late and then lose your first match, you just get bogged down with everything.
43. Lee requires
and that's what happened
64.
to him yesterday, because this is a much more impressive start to the day.
Isn't it just? First start a double is for a 15-dart start.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yes,
Lee
in point. There he is. On top.
Fail to prepare to fail, Paul.
Second leg is Tom to throw
it wasn't
first.
even his fault.
Game on.
No.
That's what you've got to say to yourself when you're in that situation. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. All I can do is get there as soon as I can, and then you've got to be at peace with what happens next. And he's not going to win this group by the looks of it. I mean, if he was to go on to win this group from not winning on Monday, it would be unbelievable.
65.
But if he's to make Saturday, which is not out of the question, because he can do that through either Group B or C at this stage,
40.
he could still win the week.
Yep. Like we always say, you don't lose it in Group A.
He's been here 4 times
60.
before, and he's been to Saturday twice. That's not a bad hit rate.
Nope.
And we do have other people here this week who have
60.
likelihood percentages, as I like to call them. Alex Spellman has been here twice and made Saturday twice.
Yeah, I expect him to make Saturday.
Yeah, Tom Lonsdale's 1 for 1.
100.
We'll see Tom on Thursday and Friday. And Chris Quantock is 1 for 2. However, he's won on a Saturday. And that makes a lot of difference.
100.
Budgeon's first start. Massive improvement.
140.
And certainly the follow-up darts, because that was a big issue yesterday when he was finding it. He was straying left and right with darts 2 and 3.
40. Lee require 136.
Yeah, this is really decent so far. There's a real gap between them in quality so far. Back to the top.
44.
That's okay for now. However, Tom really does need something of a 2-treble ilk here. And after a decent scoring start in the first few visits of this match, it seems to have reverted to type from yesterday.
Lee require 92.
He'll stay there. 48 left.
51.
It's just a little bit lazy, isn't it?
When you've got 8 or a 16 to leave a double and you hit a big 7,
133.
That dart has been
Lee, you require
drastically
41.
under-delivered.
Yeah, you've got a big margin for error. You just go for the wire in between the 8 and the 16 as a
Game shot on the
safety net.
second
But
leg.
tidies up.
Lee
2-0.
Budgeon.
He's doing a really good job here, Lee. He has made a couple of small
Lee
errors,
to throw first.
but he has
Game
not
on.
afforded Tom van den Hogen a shot at double yet, and that's a really good job.
Yeah, priority number one is not really to worry about playing well. Get your first 2 points on the board, and then you feel like you're
140.
in the mix.
We have had some interesting questions on social media over the last 25 or so hours, and thank you to everybody who has decided to get in touch with us, some of our regular viewers and some new ones, so welcome along. And throughout the course of the day, we will answer your questions, so please get in touch via our social feeds, which you can see on our graphic at the bottom of your screen there. We are available on X, on Facebook,
42.
Instagram,
Even TikTok.
even TikTok. I haven't been on TikTok yet.
60.
Not something I've
Nope,
delved
same.
into. But we have had a question from Husky Man, asking a very apt question for this game, because we have Tom van den Hogen from ADC Europe. We have Lee Budgeon from ADC Domestic, which is the UK-based one, and asks, could you explain how you join and play in the MODUS
96.
darts matches, please? That is the question.
Yeah, quite simply, you head over to ADC on the social medias, the Darts Atlas,
94.
You will
Lee
find-
require 145.
or you should find a venue close to you holding what is called the Vault Series. You just become a member. I
67.
think you pay a fee. There is
Tommy
prize money
require
on the night
110.
for that fee. It's only a couple of quid.
70.
Ooh.
Lee requires
And
78.
You'll play in the Vault Series, and then you'll progress. And ultimately, if you continue this in a moment, ooh.
58.
Yeah,
Tommy
and then
required
basically you just
40.
progress through, and you eventually play in your regional.
Oh, that nearly bust the shot.
Like you say, Nico, you've got to
No
stay away
score.
from that bottom
Lee
end of the 10.
required 20.
Listen to your Uncle Nico. Stay away from double 15. Stay towards the top half of that double 10,
Game
just
shot
like
on the
that.
third leg.
We've seen that
Lee
from both
Budgeon.
Rahman and from Budgeon. As you can see, Lee is now 3-0 up.
Fourth leg, it's
But
Tom
the
to throw
ADC system
first.
really has
Game on.
fed us some great stories over the last 12 months.
Well, it's now a fast track to TV darts, isn't it?
It is. I think that word fast track has been used for a lot of players over the last
54.
few years now. Gezi Price fast-tracked to a world champion in less than 7 years.
Rob Cross.
Yeah, his was more like 18 months, wasn't it?
140.
Yeah, that was super fast track.
Yeah, like a Tokyo to Kyoto bullet train.
96.
But yeah, it's quite simple. Very friendly environment. Played in your local club or a pub.
180.
Get involved. I know Super League is very much a thing that's no longer as popular as it used to be.
57.
That was our route. Where now, if you invest that time and money into the ADC system, you get the opportunity to do what these two are doing here.
59.
Possibility of winning 5,000 this week and 20,000 in Champions Week.
Which is not that far away. Only 2 more qualifying weeks after this, and then it will be Champions Week
53. Lee
here
required
in the middle of
122.
February. And Budgeon's got his third 180 of the week here in this leg, and he is very, very close to getting his first win.
90.
Amazingly, he had the least 180s of anybody yesterday, only 2. Budgeon on double 16 to win 4-0, and this would
90.
be the
Lee
perfect
required
tonic
32.
to what happened yesterday.
Game
Very,
shot,
very decent
and the
performance
match.
that.
Lee
A
Budgeon.
mid-80s average, which is a lot better than his running average of yesterday. He's gone up by a good 6%, but his doubles in that game were excellent. As you can see, 4 hits from 8, 50% and a high checkout of 64. That's a lot better from Lee, and obviously we've learned that when he's on time and when he's ready, he's much more of a threat. Tom van den Hogen didn't get out of the blocks, but Lee is, as he wins his first game in Group A this week. When we come back, it will be the start of round number 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where for the second successive session, Alex Spellman has lost his opening fixture here at the Super Series. Again, averaged over 90 in it against Parry this morning, though. Missed all 4 of his darts at the outer ring, and he was punished by a clinical Kurt. As a result, there's now 4 points between the top 2 in the table and the chase impact. There you can see Brian Rahman and Kurt Parry joint on 10 points. Rahman top because of his superior leg difference. He's plus 12 in the table. Confirmation as well of Lee Budgeon moving off the bottom of the table with his first victory of the week. Which one of our next 2 players then will bridge that gap to the top 2 in the table with a win here? Spellman, the 4-0 winner when they met yesterday in a game where he was 4 from 4 on the outer ring. It included a superb 1-2-7 and game, of course. To see how this one unfolds then, let's get back to the chaps in comms.
Thanks, Avi. Yeah, Alex has fond memories of this tie. It was his best performance of the day yesterday. He said he had that 1-2-7 out, 4 out of 4 on the doubles, 100.20 average. So just 60 darts used to win 4 legs, and he'd be looking to replicate that performance as James played very well in his opening game of the day. Although he was on the end of a bit of a thumping, his level of play was pretty decent, Paul.
It was very, very similar to how we started yesterday. But unfortunately, something that we touched on around about midday yesterday is starting to come to fruition.
Alex to throw first. Game on.
We talked about how is he going to fare against the bigger names. And with all due respect to everybody else in the group, you look at Rahman, you look at Spellman, and you think they've got reputations to protect.
140.
And as far as Van Bissien is concerned, he's lost 2 games against Rahman now, and he's on the chopping block against Spellman again. As the fixtures are flipped around
140.
in a 180 style. Is it going to be the same as yesterday? Is he going to be better against the other 3 and struggle against the top 2 of reputation?
Yeah, that's a good point. It'll be an interesting
85.
pattern if it plays out that way. He's not happy with that big 5 or small 5.
I don't think Alex Spellman is very happy at the moment at all. During a couple of his practice shots there were a couple of shakes of the head. Something's not quite clicking at the minute.
Yeah, it could be just a timing issue. That is the difference between sometimes it being a perfect dart, and there's a perfect example. That's a
55.
That's a release issue, isn't it? That lateral drift.
You do see his darts doing that within the last 20% of flight.
Yeah, he has a release that I
53.
sort of. It's similar to if you were throwing a knife. There's a big acceleration in the wrist, and it's almost just flicked out.
140.
Effective. But again, if the timing is slightly out, by the time it comes out of the hand and reaches the board, could be a millisecond out in the hand. Yeah, inches out by the time it gets to
41.
the board.
Alex, you require 81.
This is a game of millimeters after all. The tiniest little change can have a massive effect. What a nice recovery this has been. Well, over the top of that one, he's not moving, he doesn't have to.
57.
That one definitely had some lateral drift on it. Like Chris just mentioned. Everyone has tendencies when it comes to their own throw. I've been talking a lot lately about the anatomy of a human and
121.
being associated with
Alex,
throwing a
require
dart. We'll get into that more
24.
in leg 2 because I think it's really interesting. Well, there it is again. But this time it's double 3.
Game shown.
Well, there you go.
first
24
leg.
points in 2.
Alex
That's
Spellman.
fine. And a 17 dart start. Now, one of the things that we fight against
Second leg. It's
when you
James
think
to
about
throw
the anatomy
first.
of a human
Game
being
on.
is that the upper arm is one bone and it goes in one direction as it's connected to the elbow. But if you look at the lower arm, it's made of 2 bones and they're both curved. Have you ever wondered why you can face your palm up to the ceiling and then
41.
flip your hand 180 degrees the other way? It's because the 2 bones in the lower arm are curved, called the ulna and the radius. And when we deliver a dart, we are fighting to keep that arm straight. And it's the curve of the bones
100.
that makes us try and go either left or right.
Yeah, and that the break in the wrist is a very natural thing. It's something that crept into my game right towards the sort of back end of my career because you want to create that acceleration, and it naturally
100.
almost like an elastic band, really, or a catapult. You're trying to generate that speed and trajectory. And I can be practicing
60.
for half an hour and then it'll just start to creep back in, and I have to stop and just sort of say, right, don't worry about the dart goes, just keep that wrist locked. And we've got 2 players that do tend to be a bit wristy.
45.
Yeah, if you look at the Phoenix, as it is emblazoned on the back of his shirt, his wrist goes the other way. It actually goes more towards his jawline as the hand stays in position, whereas Alex's goes the other way.
Yeah, and that's an issue that's crept into Michael van Gerwen's game. He now is closing the hand, and I think that, well, I've tracked it. I did a video on ITV about it, and it's, for me, that's been the stem of
Alex, you require
not that
161.
not that he still can't play at a ridiculously high level, because he still can, but I think sometimes the levels he plays at are down to that.
137.
It's a beautiful, beautiful visit there from Alex. And James Van Bessien is in all sorts of trouble again against this man who he has not won a leg against this week so far.
It's about to be
85.
6-0.
Alex, you require 24.
He was low last time. I wonder if we'll see a conscious decision to... Well, that's almost like a...
Game shot on the
Well, I'm
second
not quite
leg.
sure how he got
Alex
that one in there,
Spellman.
Nico, with those darts line.
Yeah, we've been talking about biology in the previous
Third leg,
leg.
it's
How
Alex
about a
to
bit of
throw
physics?
first.
Because
Game on.
I can't explain that one. That was a wonderful dart, but how it went in that spot.
Yeah, back to you, right, about the radius bone, which is that's the main reason why you get some players that flare the elbow, because you're
85.
constantly battling to bring that elbow in, and it goes against the biology of the arm.
Yeah, correct. And what you said about Van Gerwen is true. The fact that his flight is more north of where it used to be. It used to be more towards the jawline. Now it's more towards the nose.
100.
His dart flies differently now. Whether this is as a result of some anatomy changes, because he has had surgeries in his life and career.
I just think it's a bad habit that you see it with cue actions, you see it with golf
95.
swings. It's just something that will slowly creep in. His problem is what he's trying to do is over accelerate, because he knows from that angle the dart isn't going to reach the target.
That one did.
180.
His first of the contest, one apiece.
Did get one in his first game. But that was very much a moot point because he was done 4-1 by Roman.
I mean, every player's
45.
throw will evolve over time, but when there'll be small changes over a long period. Phil Taylor's being one that springs to mind straight away. If you look back at 1990 and then look back at 2017, you will see it looks like a vast difference, but over that period it was just small changes. But I think they were changes that he implemented rather than a bad habit falling into the action.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that.
100. James, you require 84.
This is a 2-darter after 9 this time. Might be double 12 again. Well, not unless he goes for tops double 12, which he's not going to go for in this spot. But it is a 12-darter.
James Van Bessian.
A wonderful leg. Still playing at that level that
Fourth
we
leg, it's
saw
James to throw
yesterday.
first. Game on.
I said there was a chance that he could even play better today, and now that he's got that first day in the bank, and I stand by it. He looks very comfortable playing under these lights.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a big range, which is something
140.
I've been impressed with.
Yeah, bad game was mid-70s. He had that against Spellman. His best game, I suppose we can discount the loss against Roman.
60.
His range is probably around 15, which is fine.
Yeah. He just needs to, that lower end just needs a 10, 12% increase.
Yeah, if your bad game can be 82, then
95.
that is something you can work with.
Absolutely. We think back in the day, a 27 average at Superliga County was good stuff.
You know what? That brings up a really vivid memory for me. And I know that a lot of our viewers will not remember this name or even
100.
have ever heard this name. But a player from Lincolnshire called Michael Capewell played an entire county season, won 9 from 9, qualified for the World Masters as well. And his seasonal average in the Lincolnshire A team was around 27 a dart.
59.
Yeah, that's class.
I'll always remember that because he was Mr. Consistency. There were better players in that team than Michael, but there was nobody more consistent than him.
Now, if you keep that range small, that's the
45.
epitome of consistency.
Amazing how many times you mention names like that and people think, oh, I remember playing against that guy. I was speaking to somebody from Buckinghamshire recently and I said, do you know anybody called Damien Fife? Oh, yeah, he's still playing. A lot of these players that have been playing for a
137.
long time, I think some of them are starting to come out of the woodwork and they think, you know, I can do this. And we want to see you. So this is a battle cry for all of those dart players that have been around for a generation. It's still possible for you to have your big
100.
moment in the
James
sun.
requires 70.
Yeah, if you're still averaging anything round mid to late 80s, you're going to be more than competitive in this environment. And who knows where you go from there.
Game
Some
shot on the
dart that.
foreplay.
Had
James
to
Van
move all the
Bestian.
way left to navigate the single 20 to leave the tops.
Fifth leg, it's Alex to throw first.
Yeah, sometimes you've got to throw a shot above your own dart. Got to do the old pole vault.
Yeah, you sort of effectively try and lob one over.
This is the most competitive
100.
game we've had so far. And if I dare say, it's the most deliberate game as well, because you have two players who like to aim here.
Yep, they're aimers rather than the throwers. As Paul said, if you've got any questions or comments, at MSS Darts, all
59.
one word. Paul will have the X app open, so you can get direct into the commentary box.
We've had a really interesting question from Dan Cross this morning, who is a regular viewer of ours. So good morning, Dan.
140.
And I always like it when they start a post on X when they say, I've got a good question for you. So they already know it's a good question. If you were to have a special Super Series week of pairs with each pair representing their nation,
140.
what 12 nations would you have play and who would be the pairs? We haven't got all day, Dan.
Well, I suppose we'd have Leonard and Alex representing the USA.
125.
Yeah, because we can't have Danny Lowby anymore.
Yep.
So that would be a monumental pairs team.
Yeah, that's a bit of a toughie.
Well, Roman would definitely be up there for Belgium. And
128.
who's to say? We haven't
Alex
got all of the
Rakoy,
information that we could possibly have on
136.
James. So it might even be him with Brian for Belgium.
Neil Duff and Gilliland or
58.
McGarry.
Oh, yeah. I think this idea is getting a bit of traction. Stage is big enough.
For the Welsh team, the two princes of Wales, Louis Williams and Richie Burnett.
Got a ring to it, but Kurt Parry might have something to say about
134.
Yeah.
that.
Alex requires 78.
Alex has got something to say about 78, maybe. Just for a moment, I thought he was going to lead double 12 again. But it's going to be tops.
58.
He's had such an up and
James,
down
you
time of
require
it on
40.
that double over the last couple of days. And Van Bessian, who was 2-0 down, could find himself up. Now he goes down.
I've got the England team sorted. Darryl Pilgrim and Steve West.
20.
That's like 5 not
Alex
sorted
required
for James.
20.
Double 10 for Spellman. What a beautiful guide that is. That one's even better.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
There you go, that lovely
Alex
little
Spellman.
clattering sound that you heard just before that final dart pierced the red target.
Sixth leg, it's
Gives
James to
Spellman the
throw
lead
first.
back.
Game on.
Not without a scare, though. So you think it would be West and Pilgrim?
Mm.
West, for me, definitely. Pilgrim, yeah, I'm going to go with that. I think that's a very strong team. Keep your questions
100.
coming in. As far as Spellman's concerned here, all he wants to do is get a little bit closer to the top two. He's already seen Rahman and Parry go to 10 points.
81.
The last thing he needs to do is give James the chance to hurdle him in the table and go to 8.
I think a better idea would be
80.
a 50 and over seniors pairs. That would create a few decent matchups.
I'll be sitting right here.
You got a long while yet, Nico.
Yeah, I've got a good 5 years to go.
100.
Has the over 50s sport of darts ever been stronger? I'd have to say no.
No, not as it is right now. And going to be over the next few years, it's going to be incredibly difficult.
85.
Oh,
Going to carry some credence, that's for sure.
Robert Thornton's not going to want to let that trophy go. It's been in his possession for a couple of years. And it's such a beautiful piece of silverware. He
100.
will not want to see the dust mark on his mantelpiece come the end of February, that's for sure. Because not many people are talking about Robert, the defending champion of the World Seniors Championship in a couple of weeks.
think Richie Burnett's going to have a big shout.
58.
Still, I mean, he's literally fresh off the tour and still playing at a really good level. Recently picked up a Challenge Tour title. Going to be full of confidence.
140.
How was that landed there? Somebody call Isaac Newton and ask to redo gravity. However, this is going to be a huge, huge exchange. James Van Bessien could not do any more than that.
Require 80.
Spellman could put him away. How will he fare on tops this time for the match dot?
Game, shot,
much better.
And the match.
And he gets
Alex
the double
Spellman.
over James Van Bessien over the last 26 hours or so. That was a really, really good performance. Very steady in its nature. Not quite the 90 average, and not quite what he did yesterday when he put in 3 figures against James, but my word, that really was an effective performance with the dart. That was why, for me, he won that match. When we come back, it will be Tom van den Hogen going up against Brian Roman. Are we going to get more from the Riddler?
So time for game 5 of 15 here at the Super Series. Our tabletopper Brian Roman is back in action next, taking on Tom van den Hogen, who's just struggling at the moment to find the level required to compete with opponents in Group A. I mentioned before his last game how clinical he was yesterday when he managed to carve out an opportunity. Well, he missed all 4 of his darts at double in his opening match today, going down to Budgeon, a defeat that sent him to the bottom of the table. In contrast, Roman was superb in his opener, averaged just shy of a ton against Van Bessien. Can he replicate that level here? Let's find out in the company of Mace and Nico.
Thanks, Abby. Well, I'm sure Roman will be absolutely thrilled with how he played in his opening game of the day. Super average and a very, very nice performance.
First leg, it's Brian
Averaged
to throw first.
99.32.
Game on.
66% on the doubles. Couple of 180s in there. 100 finish. All in all, Paul, the perfect start to the day.
140.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't think he'll have been left wanting when he went back to the practice area. You go up there, you do that, you go back, you think, yeah,
44.
okay, I can accept that. Maybe there's a little bit more in the tank, but when you're in this environment, go out there, win convincingly, and keep doing things like that.
180.
And he's going to be walking around with a bit more confidence than he was yesterday. This is really good this week from Brian. Great to see.
180.
Well, we were concerned with his level of play at Q School. We were aware, of course, that he had
96.
a surgery, but the difference is night and day. I mean, it's only a week or so ago he was at Q School, and
Brian, you require
the
85.
speed in which he's recovered and finding this level of play is quite remarkable.
Double nine.
Game shot
Just
on the
like
first
that.
leg. Brian Roman.
Fearless.
Blink and you'll miss him. May as well call him the rapid
Second leg,
Riddler.
it's Tom to throw first.
Had an eyebrow there, mate. Another Dwayne.
I like it. This makes him look
40.
even more like the Riddler. Starting to get that real confidence with the throw as
140.
well. And he's one of those players that will start a first game of the day and just ease his way into his action. But already
134.
you can see the pace is coming in.
Well, there's just lovely rhythm to the action. It's being replicated over and over again.
60.
Right on cue. Doesn't find a trouble 20.
Have you noticed, Mace, as well, that when it comes to dart players from the Netherlands and Belgium,
42.
that they're more proactive to get surgery and corrective stuff than British-based players?
Absolutely. If there's an issue,
56.
they'll, with the exception probably of Dirk, which for him, I'm not sure whether or what they can do, but
140.
any other little niggle, whether it be, you think back at Michael van Gogh and Jelle Klassen, they've all had, as soon as there's been an issue, right, let's get it dealt with.
137.
Yeah, Dimitri did the same with his
Tommy
knee.
145.
And with British-based players, they just seem to paper over the cracks a bit longer.
Yeah, try and play through it.
55. Brian, you require 108.
Now, where's he going to go for this? Ah, the 19s. Fairly conventional.
56.
Nothing would
Tommy,
have
you
surprised me
require
there.
90.
Should be treble 20. And here's double 15, the Michael Smith.
Difficult shot, this.
75.
Oh, my, that was a great
Brian, you
try.
require
Very
52.
unlucky.
Might pay the price for that.
Game
And we
shot on the
thought that might
second
happen.
leg. Brian Roman.
That is a break of throw.
Absolutely clinical right now.
Third leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
He can recover this quickly from surgery and start on an upward trend. Watch out, everybody. This could be
60.
the year of the noodle.
The year of the eyebrow.
Let's face it. At this point last year,
64.
we were starting to think, who's going to have a good season? We're still in that experimental phase of who's playing well, who's
140.
starting to get something together. It was around about this time last year where a certain Barry Van Peer started to appear at the end of a lot of tournaments.
134.
There's no reason why Brian can't do the same as what he's done this year.
Absolutely.
43.
Barry Van Peer had a great World Championship. First time at Alexandra Palace, and he won pretty much everywhere he went. Well,
133.
Brian was good to have that kind of year.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating when we get round to our first cycle of Pro Tours and we see the new tour card holders.
122. Tommy require 170.
And of course, there's some existing players that need to find some form and some form fast.
Don't they just? With
43.
very good
Brian
beginnings in
require
darts
136.
some auspicious ends. It's interesting. 136 with the 18s.
96.
treble 18s
Tommy
for double
require
14.
127.
Is that right? I'm questioning myself. Oh, Tom.
Yeah,
Tom.
you can't be chasing the treble when your opponent's on a double.
111.
Great
Brian, you
darts.
require 40.
But Roman is at the double. And that double is 10.
Game shot on the third leg.
And that is
Brian
3-0
Roman.
in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, turn perfect at the moment. 3 from 4.
Fourth leg
Although
is
he
Tom
missed the
to throw
tops there
first.
in the
Game on.
same turn. Got the double.
Just double check. It is 2 triple 18s and double 14. We'll watch out for that one in the future.
180.
Nothing wrong with that department today from Tom van den Hogen, that's for sure.
Is that his fourth?
60.
He's got 2 to add to the 3 that he had yesterday.
82.
But I think with Tom, he's got to turn the 60s into 85s or 100s. He's got to turn the tons into 125s or
96.
140s. And that little improvement of just 1 dart every couple of visits can have all sorts of benefits.
Yeah, absolutely. Instead of being,
140.
you know, what in the ton plus outs and the 3 dart outs, he'll be on 2 dart finishes.
100.
His
Tommy
best average
required
yesterday
99.
was in a loss, 83.37. Now, if I may, he is losing 3-0 at the minute.
83.
And just before Brian gets to a finish, I'll flash this up. He's losing 3-0 with a 95. Welcome to modern day darts.
100. Tommy requires 16. Game
But
shot on
welcome
the
to the
fourth
match, Tom.
leg. Tom van den Hogen.
And I like his mentality. He's not putting too much pressure on himself. He's not getting
Fifth leg, it's Brian to
bogged
throw
down with
first.
constant defeats. I think he's enjoying this experience.
So he should. You learn more this
99.
week than you will potentially in years of playing just on the floor.
I think he goes to the same
78.
barber as Richard Veenstra as well. He's one of my favourite dart players. I know that
100.
commentating squads need to be neutral, but every now and again we've got to have favourite dart players. And one of mine is Richard. I absolutely adore watching him play.
77.
One of my favourite players to watch because he's fast, he's intense. And let's face it, Brian's got some of those same qualities.
57.
Fast, he's intense, he's creative. What we want to see from modern day dart players.
And they play with an enthusiasm, which is something I'd love to see.
Oh, it's got to be a max. Had to be. Those first 2 darts were just welcoming that 3rd dart in. And the end of this match could be in a matter of
59.
less than 10
Brian,
seconds.
you requires 65.
Yeah, may go treble 13 with Tom back on 164. Oh, 57 for double 4.
Game, shot,
Ultimately
and the match.
getting him to
Brian
the route
Roman.
of double 18, which he absolutely adores, and he's backed up that great performance in the first cycle of games with a near on 97 average, 96.99, littered with big scores. 5 scores between a ton of 139, 3 140s, couple of 180s, and the finishing on point. Turn perfect, 80%, 4 from 5. When we come back, Kurt Parry will be looking to close the gap on Brian Roman as he takes on Lee Budgeon.
Well, at the top of the show today, we were talking about Kurt Parry and his struggles on the outer ring on day one. No sign of that in his opener today. He was 4 from 4 on the doubles, put in the best performance we've seen so far this week. Can he back it up here against Lee Budgeon, who'll be feeling significantly better about his chances of climbing up the table, having secured his first win of the week last time out? To see who picks up the points in this one then, let's get back to our commentary team.
Game on.
Thank you very much, Abby. We have seen a real increase in productivity from pretty much all the players today.
44.
And poor Tom van den Hogen, who's just put in his best performance by nearly 10 points in average, has just been drummed by the Riddler, who is really on it today. Great to watch him playing so well. Like Abby mentioned just now, Kurt Parry was fabulous in round number 1, taking Alex Spellman by 4 legs to 0. He recreates that, and Lee Budgeon is not going to make it to 4 points by what we've seen so far this week.
140.
Yeah, but we're seeing a different Lee Budgeon today. And certainly different Lee Budgeon, the one that played
60.
in what was a fabulous game in the end between these two. Kurt Parry edged it 4-3. Just a few too many missed doubles from Budgeon in that one.
He missed one dart for the match at 3-0 up. And from there, Kurt Parry took over and won the final 4 legs of the contest. And that probably hurt more than anything yesterday for Lee.
Well, he played so well to get to 3-0, didn't he?
96.
That's tidy. A somewhat popular word used in Wales to describe anything good.
Tidy.
45. Lee requires 62.
62 for a 1-0 lead. He liked to be nice and clinical on the doubles, and he was very, very good on the doubles in his first game. He's 50%.
42. Kurt, you require
That was not a good dart.
152.
He was a good inch shy of his target right there. Watch out. Parry's about.
120.
And that's the first dart
Lee
he has missed
20.
at a double today.
He's been hitting double 16 with ease.
Game shot on the first
Budgeon
leg.
holds it all
Lee
together.
Budgeon.
Gets the breaker throw in leg 1.
There's a nice pace
Second
about
leg,
play
it's Lee to
today.
throw first.
A lot of
Game
these
on.
players do like to get on with it.
I think that's why we've been getting so many good games, Paul, because there's just a nice rhythm to it. All the players, like you say,
140.
just get on with it, and you feel you're going in that lovely loop, almost like you're practicing on your own.
There we go.
180.
Set your clock by it.
Exactly. He has not had a game here this week without a maximum in it.
96.
And not many people can say that in the middle of Tuesday. What did you make of
58.
the topic of conversation between myself and Abby at the top of the show, Mace, about when Budgeon was stuck in traffic yesterday? For the first couple of games, yes, you will feel a bit uneasy.
171.
But for games 3, 4, and 5 yesterday, he still had plenty of time to prepare for those.
Yeah, I think
87.
if he'd have
Lee
managed to
required 94.
sneak an early win, I think we may have seen a different Lee Budgeon, but he just got really bogged down, and I think he was
74.
focused on the table rather than the dartboard.
He's very focused in this second leg. He's just missed tops for an 11 and a 12 darter.
60. Lee required
Double
20.
10. Would give him that 2-0 lead, which is something that he had yesterday. One goes further away. One goes in.
10.
It does not, as it's
Kurt,
surrounded.
required 116.
Certainly wasn't a badly thrown dart. It gave it every chance. Ooh, he'll be surprised
60.
as we are that
Lee
didn't find the
required
trouble.
10.
Double 5 again. At least it's not in the way.
Game shot on the second leg. Lee
It definitely
Budgeon.
wasn't in the way. And Lee Budgeon takes the halfway point.
Third leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
And Lee is a human being, and he will be thinking, if I go 3-0 up, I've got to exercise the
100.
demons of 24 hours ago. You might find yourself in very similar circumstances to a match that you've played before. And if you came out on the wrong side of it,
56.
that's where you're tested mentally. Now, Abby said earlier that Budgeon will be tested mentally, and I totally agree with that. But he has been better in pretty much every department so far today. Let's test him mentally now.
45.
Yeah, and he's picked up that first win, so he's got that off his back.
$123.
Set position looks better today. It looks a lot more assured.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. There's just a lot more confidence in his
140.
approach and in his application.
If you're not sure what the set position is, it's where where some players actually poise their dart
45.
before they draw back, then throw. And you can see that when Lee throws, he locks that elbow into position, stops, then throws. That's what's called a set position.
140.
He does have just a wonderful action, Kurt Parry.
Now, technically, these two are up there, aren't they?
140. Kurt, you require 76.
Needs to get on the board to stop Budgeon from sprinting.
Game shot on the
That's
third
more
leg.
like it.
Kurt Parry.
Doubles today have been excellent. Is he going to bite Budgeon again?
Fourth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
There's a really interesting handprint on that dart shirt of Kurt Parry. I'm going to have to ask him about that.
56.
I know that when Jelle Klaassen has been here, he's had a handprint on his shirt in memory of his close friend Kyle Anderson.
100.
It's something he continues to have on his shirt, which is a lovely touch. Look at that locking of
41.
the elbow. It can't be where you tense the bicep because the arm becomes too tense, but you can see just how rigid that set position can be
85.
when he gets up to it. Look at this.
Yeah, it's locked in.
Right there, lock. He's got a definitive position for that elbow before every dart.
59.
Yeah, and it's something that he can replicate.
Whereas this guy, it's from the retrieval hand, up and
60.
through, and silky smooth. I think with that action, he's going to be playing darts for a very long time without any pain or injury. It's just fluid.
180.
First 180 of the game for Lee.
It's a slightly
140.
higher elbow position, and the pullback's a little deeper, but there's definitely a bit of Michael Smith about it.
Yeah, I think the main reason it
57.
looks slightly
Kurt,
different is
you require
because
116.
Kurt is a lot taller than Michael. 16 for tops, and he's missed the 16 by a mile. I think he's missed that by 1.5 inches, and that's why
76.
he will be so
Lee
mad
require
if Lee takes
108.
this one away.
That kind of rhythmic, lazy throw can cause big numbers to be missed.
52.
I think Lee's missed a
Kurt,
trick
you
there. He's got
require
that 19.
40.
He's blocked the 57. He should have gone 51, double 19. That's a better guide for tops.
No score.
Try to use it,
Lee
but
required
unfortunately,
56.
because he's so good at nestling the darts together, it was too close to that previous shot. Can Budgeon make him pay?
16.
He cannot.
Kurt, you require 40.
Got to work his way down from that one. And
No
it's happened
score.
again.
Lee, you require 40.
What a difference a day makes for Budgeon. Can he lead 3-1, double 10?
Game
pins it.
shot on the fourth leg.
Leads
Lee
3-1.
Budgeon.
Led 3-0 yesterday. Succumbed to the fight back from Parry.
Fifth leg, it's
Well, the
Kurt
mental
to throw
battle right now is
first.
for Kurt,
Game on.
because he's the one who's just missed multiple visits to take that fourth leg.
You
can see how he reacts.
180.
but it's not that department that needs a little bit of massaging.
No, it's definitely the outer ring. He
95.
seems to be a lot more proficient when it's the last dart in hand at a double. When he's getting 3 clear, that's when he's tending
100.
to have a bit of an issue.
We've had a post on social media in the last hour or so from one of our regular viewers, Golden Knights fan 84. We were talking
80.
ice hockey with Golden Knights fan yesterday, but he is very, very keen to find out where he can get a pair of those Kurt Parry shoes.
41.
Don't think you're alone. We will get in touch with Kurt and see if we can find out for you. Yeah, some players just like to be
45.
nondescript. They'll wear black shoes, black trousers, just a normal polo shirt, but then the
60.
era of personalization. We've got people who have their own shirts, their own trousers. Going back to Roland Shelton, he had his own shoes. He had his name on his shoes.
57. Kurt, you require 120.
And he's another one like Aspinall and Gary Anderson that likes to step the hockey before putting
100.
the foot to the hockey.
Does anybody else get the feeling that this game could go 7 legs? No game has gone the full distance so far today.
60.
And this is
Kurt,
game
you
6.
require 20.
Been a Tuesday of domination so far. Double 5 has seen plenty of attention.
10.
164 for the game.
164.
It will be the biggest finish of the week by a mile. If I were him, I'd feel very disappointed that I didn't get that second
124.
57. It was
Kurt, you
gaping
require 10.
just under that first dart. This one's got to go. And it looks
No score.
like Lee
Lee,
might
you
be getting
require
his
40.
second win of the day. Can he? With dart 3.
Game,
Yes, he
shot,
can.
And the match.
He does
Lee
put it right.
Budgeon.
From what happened yesterday, it's 1-1 between those two going into Wednesday. But the key thing here for Brian Roman is that Kurt Parry has been stopped on 10 points in the Group A table. And Lee Budgeon now jumps all the way to 5th position on 4. So things are going very well for him on Tuesday, even though that game wasn't at the highest level that we've seen so far today. Round number 2 is done, and when we come back, we'll see more of Alex Spellman, and he's up against Tom van den Hogen.
Hello, good morning, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Lee Budgeon has just made it 2 from 2 on Tuesday. A 4-1 success over Kurt Parry. For the Welshman, though, it's been two contrasting displays so far today. He was 4 from 4 on the outer ring in his opening match, getting the better, as you can see there, of Alex Spellman 4-0. But he missed 12 at the outer ring in that defeat to Lee Budgeon last time out. The day got underway with a 4-1 victory for our table topper. Brian Rahman averaged just shy of a ton in that one. He then went on to back that up with a really strong display and another 4-1 success. As for Alex Spellman, well, he barely got a look in against Kurt Parry, as I mentioned. The Welshman was 4 from 4 on the outer ring in our second match of the day, posted our highest average of the week so far, just shy of 102. As for Spellman, much like he did yesterday, responded well in game 2. And we can see what our 6 results have done to the league standings now. Brian Rahman clear on top on 12 points. Kurt Parry missing the opportunity to join him with that defeat to Lee Budgeon last time out, who has managed to budge himself off the bottom of the table with his second victory of the session, looking much more assured than he did yesterday. Can Spellman add another 2 points to his tally in his next match? Let's find out and rejoin our commentary team.
Thank you, Avi. Yeah, at the moment, you just don't know what you're going to get from Spellman, Nico. I'm with you. I think he feels like there is something amiss. But the beauty of this format, he's got plenty of time, and it's game time as well, where he can work on any element that he feels is a little flawed at the moment.
Yeah, very much so. Even if he doesn't win Group A, he still has a great chance of making Saturday via another group. And we'll talk about those potential groups in due course. But I get the feeling that that previous game was a good result for Alex Spellman.
Leg, it's Tom to throw first.
Just being
game on.
Now within 1 win of second spot is a good thing for Spellman's confidence. He might not be playing at his best level or his most consistent level. But win this game
83.
Like he did yesterday in this fixture. He won 4-2 yesterday against Tom van den Hogen. That would vault him into second position, getting closer to Brian Rahman.
Yeah, any win and he will
39.
Join Parry on 10 points, but have a superior leg difference. When we talk about the levels, Rahman out on top, 12 points. He's on plus 15. In terms of leg difference, the closest rivals is Parry and Spellman, both on plus 4.
Things are widening a little bit at this stage.
91.
It's almost like a warning sign, isn't it, to everybody who can see that table? If you do not keep winning, it does feel like Brian Rahman could stretch his legs a little bit on Tuesday. We talk about Tuesday being moving day. The move is being made, but we are in the middle of that race now. And if you don't hold on to where the noodle is going, then he may
100.
just be in the distance by around about 2 o'clock.
Yeah, following this one, it's Van Bessian against Parry, so Parry will have the opportunity to
140.
right the wrongs from his game against Budgeon. And then Rahman will be playing Budgeon.
Love to see this on 271. Excellent counting. Execution.
133.
Very good
Tommy
indeed.
require 104.
Not the end of the world. It will be treble 19 for Tom this time. Or not so.
24.
Yeah,
Alex
that was
require 138.
darts 3 and 4, 2 and 3. Hitting a 3 and a 2 was a bit of a disaster.
Alex hates that second dart.
86.
He's so hopeful
Tommy
of a shot at
require
double 12
80.
via 619s. That makes things a bit more difficult for Tom. Not getting a shot at a double from 80
40. Alex require
is
52.
an error. Spellman has got options on 52.
Well, he's had 6 darts from 104, Paul. And not getting a dart,
Shot on the
double,
first
he's
leg.
ultimately
Alex
paid the
Spellman.
price.
And one of the best players just outside of the elite
Second
in
leg,
world
it's
darts in
to
Alex
throw
Spellman
first.
will
Game
make
on.
you pay for that. Interesting that he's persevering with tops. as opposed to looking for a plan B after having an up and down time of it on that double over the last couple of days. Now, interestingly, we're
60.
talking about potential pairs tournaments here at the MODUS Super Series. One of our followers on social media, Dan Cross, who got in touch with us earlier, has actually given us a list of teams that he would like to see. And I thought I'd get your opinion on this. England, Pilgrim West. There you go. You're on the same team there. Andreas Harrison and Anton
140.
Östlund for Sweden.
Love it.
Wesley Plazier and Christian Kist for Holland.
Oof.
57.
United States, Spellman Gates, which you mentioned. Scotland, Thornton Henderson.
Oh, wow.
That's a PDC World Cup side. Burnett, Justin Smith for Wales.
Yeah, don't mind that.
60.
Justin Smith, a weekly winner, so maybe that's why that's been tipped. Conor Heenan, Shane McGurk for Ireland.
Loving that. What a pairing that is.
And the more I go into this
59.
list, it's starting to make more sense to me. Brian Roman and Gert de Vos for Belgium.
Yeah, liking that too.
Didn't hear that whistle from Chris Mason. That was one of approval. Canada, Jacob
97.
Taylor, Jim Long.
Loving that as well.
Neil Duff, Colin McGarry for Northern Ireland. Max Hopp, Rene Idams for Germany.
57. Alex, you require
And the only country who's got on that list
144.
without two names is Australia, because he's just got Raymond Smith. Sticking Jeremy Fagg there, I think.
Yes.
Or Robbie King. They've both played here at the Super Series in the last 12 months.
Well, there's our Super Series World Cup pairs
46.
sorted out.
I think the practice room's big enough now. So, you never know.
84.
Let's see what Alex
you
does
require 98.
From 98.
If he does it the treble, well, I would have expected him to split the 38 anyway. But that leaves double 12, and he's had a few issues over here.
74.
And they continue, and you can see the frustration.
Yeah, I think that double 12 is not getting a Christmas card at the minute. He just doesn't seem to feel comfortable
41.
going for that
Alex,
double,
you
but
require
sometimes you can't
24.
avoid it. Double 6 might feel more comfortable over this side of the board.
This is a case for Spellman of just win.
12.
Even if it is
Tommy
ugly,
require
just win.
145.
Big ask. Too big an ask as it goes.
57. Alex, you require
Spellman's
12.
got to find some comfort here on the dartboard. Kiss off the left side of that barrel. Too much there. Double 3.
6. Tommy
Confidence on the
require
doubles
88.
seems to be withering just a little bit.
Yeah, evaporating in front of our very eyes. Bullseye.
55.
And that would have really hurt.
Alex, you require 6.
Well, the good thing about double 3 for Alex is if he misses it low, he's got a guide for it. Just work your way up from that one. Just bounce off the top of that one.
3. Tommy require 33.
He's surrounded double 6. He's surrounded double 3. And now it's double 8.
25.
There's another chance on one of
Alex, you require 3.
the most hated finishes in world darts. Let's see if he hates it. See those darts veering to the right-hand side as they
No score.
finish up their flight, and he's missed again. Tom van den Hogen did leave himself on double 4. Apologies for this break in play. We will be back with you as soon as we possibly can.
Yeah, so something.
They're just waiting to see if they can resume play anytime soon. But while we're waiting for that, Mace, we've talked a lot about United States darts over the last couple of years. Where is it at for you? Has it really started to come to the fore in the last 12 months?
Yeah, I think with the expansion and improvement in the CDC, I think it's been massive for the sport, giving them experience playing effectively under the lights on a stream. I think we've just seen the levels improve, and we've seen of course, the event in New York was absolutely massive, and I think that's given people the taste for it.
As far as the results are concerned for today, what has really stood out for you today? Is it the spellbinding stuff from Roman, or has it been the improvement of other players?
I think Roman, I think he finished off the day yesterday with a wonderful performance, an average in excess of a ton. He's come back this morning. He was a little spiky with some of my comments regarding, I don't think he's got a deep enough resume for someone who's been a former number one, and that's a compliment. But, you know, we've seen enough of him to know that he's certainly a player who can play at this level.
Yeah, we can go back to play now. Apologies for that break in action, but we are back for the end of this leg potentially as Tom goes for double two.
6.
Unsuccessful. And we are into visit 11 territory. Oh, no.
Score.
Well, that's 3.
In Master Out, that was the leg.
Tom, you require 2.
Up for the ball, lads. Come on.
No score. Alex, you require 3.
My memory is starting to tingle of the fact that this may be the longest leg in Super Series history. I think the longest one I've ever seen was 34 darts.
1.
And this was not
Tom, you
over after
require
36 from Spellman.
A record you don't want.
No score. Alex, you require 2.
What is the number going to be?
38.
Chris Mason's gone for 38. He's wrong.
Game shot on the second leg.
39 is the number. That, for me, is the longest leg we've ever had. Not a record that anybody wants to get, like Chris Mason says.
First.
But the most important thing is, because they don't use the averages in the first 3 days of the week for any sort of separating metric.
59.
It's a 2-0 lead.
Yeah. Listen, sometimes you just got to win ugly. He needs the points. You know, the level of performance is irrelevant to the table. He just needs points.
100.
I don't think Tom van den Hogen's going to be too bothered about that previous leg. He should never have won it anywhere. He should have been out of it minutes before that. He doesn't seem to be getting any fortune at all. Just had a really violent collision with his own darts.
83.
Can you remember the longest leg you've ever had in competitive play?
10.
I can remember mine. Kevin McDine keeps reminding me of it all the time.
I don't know. I'm sure I've had one in the 30s. Bound to have been really good. Stuck on double one or something.
Yeah, I had a Super League game at the Biker Key Club. One with some very good players. Threw 51 darts on the leg and lost it.
134.
Wow.
Double one that day. And an awful dartboard as well. No excuse. We got the best dartboards in the world on this wall.
100.
Spellman could have a chance of a leg that is less than half the darts of the previous leg.
64. Alex, you require 93.
Won't quite be a third.
Here we go. Let's see what
Straight
he's like.
in.
There it is.
On the third leg.
It's amazing how many times that happens. You have a bad winning leg, and then he goes out with a 15 darter, and he's put things right.
Alex to throw first.
Fair play to him.
Just the 24 darts less than the previous leg.
Yeah, we've had 3 legs in this match. We've had 31 darts at double.
Wow, yeah.
100.
And then kicks with a 180.
How funny would it be if he gets a 9 darter now? He could get potentially 2 legs 99. In the bank with less darts than leg 2.
Be some sequence of darts, wouldn't it? Wow.
It just proves, doesn't it, that darts is not an easy thing to do.
No.
Because they're so good, they make it look easy all the time. But every now and again, they prove just how difficult it is.
64.
If it was easy for everybody, everybody would succeed, but they don't. Excellent
93.
recovery from Alex Spellman, who is getting exactly what he needs.
Well, he's dealt with leg 2 very well. You know, like I say, we've all had bad
Alex
legs and
Require,
you can carry
131.
them over, but he's just showing his mental fortitude here. 20 for tops.
91.
Perfect. Bang in the middle. It's always reassuring when you see someone go for the single number and it's bang in the middle.
I wonder where this tops is going to be.
57. Alex Require 40. Game.
That is a
shot,
beautiful
and the
ending
match,
to a
Alex
wonderful match. The
Spellman.
last 2 legs were taken in 28 darts. The second leg of the contest was taken in 11 more than those 2 legs. A very up and down match. Well, Alex Spellman has got himself onto 10 points with Kurt Parry. That's the end of that game, and he's into second position in that table. When we come back, we will see Van Bessian up against Parry, who's looking to retake second spot.
Right then, Kurt Parry needs to put the disappointment of his last match behind him pretty quickly here. Missed 12 darts at the outer ring against Budgeon and went down 4-1. His finishing was also his Achilles heel in this particular fixture against Van Bessian yesterday. Was 1 from 14 in that department. Which version of the Welshman will we see here? Of course, qualified for the Super Series by winning the Red Dragon Champion of Champions last year. As for Van Bessian, played at a really high level so far today, but still looking for his first win of the session. Let's find out then whether Kurt Parry can join Rahman on 12 points in the table in the company of Nico and Mace.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, Kurt won't have happy memories of this
First
tie
play, it's
yesterday.
James to throw first. Game on.
James won it 4-1. But James yet to pick up a win today, and he'll be psychologically aware of that, Paul.
He will be. And if he doesn't win here, it's going to make the next two
100.
fixtures for him even more difficult. Because we have seen better darts from Lee Budgeon.
59.
Maybe the match with Tom van den Hogen just presents his best opportunity of points today. But if he can, in the middle of the session, like yesterday, just get the jump on Kurt Parry off the back of his disappointment in round number 2,
100.
anything's possible.
Yeah, totally agree. I think that's his safety net, possibly, that game, with all due respect.
44.
But looks like Kurt Parry's just gone off the boil slightly. You can see him sort of gesturing to himself.
And this is the intricacy of your playing schedule, because you don't sometimes get a great deal of time to reset.
55.
Whereas at the minute, Brian Roman is having a pretty sizable break in the schedule, but he's back there like a peacock saying, I just don't seem to know how to lose at the minute.
45.
or average under 96.
Precisely. Whereas Kurt had very little time between that loss to Budgeon and now.
Yeah, he will be, like you say, strutting around like a bantam
85.
in the practice room. Probably got a bit of swagger on.
You don't think
97.
there are
James, you require 161.
psychological things going on in that practice room? Think again. Everything that is said, you have to think, well, why was that said? Why would you say that? It's just how we think. Practice rooms are like poker tables. Don't believe everything you hear.
97.
Absolutely. That's a great analogy, Nico. I'm loving that. And so true. It is very much a game of
100.
bluff.
James, you require 64.
Psychological elements to this sport is massively underrated.
64 for the first leg, and he'd like a nice clean take here. Well, 16 would give him that.
Game shot on the first leg.
Clean take it is.
James
Wonderful
Van
start
Bestian.
from James.
Yeah, hence we hear so much of Eric Bristow being the
Second
master
leg,
of
it's
mind
Kurt to throw
games, and that's
first.
by
Game
his
on.
closest rivals, you know, the likes of Jockey back in the day, and Bob Anderson and John
140.
Lowe and Leighton and Alan Evans. He was brilliant at that side of the sport.
There have been others as well. In my generation, Peter Wright was
140.
extremely good and never really had any notoriety for how mentally strong and mentally acute he's been. We used to have this thing when we used to sit together
58.
at Pro Tour events. He'd just look at me and said, I can't be bothered today. Next thing you know, he was winning the tournament. He was really clever.
Yeah, I sort of. He's had sort of 3 careers, hasn't he, Peter Wright? And I remember him
100.
sort of the first and second time around. You can imagine my response when he tried all that. Unrepeatable
95.
on air.
You know, he was saying yesterday that Peter Wright has somewhat collected all of his trophies and put them in storage. The last time he got rid of a collection of trophies, he said he was sick of looking at the runners-up trophies. He started winning majors after that. So watch out for
100.
Peter in the next 12 months. I would not be surprised if he starts to click again. However, Kurt needs to click.
100.
That's got a
James
certain ring
Require
to it.
161.
161. But he likes to hit one now and again. You don't hit them every time. James is not going to hit this one. Does look very angry, doesn't he?
Super focused.
56.
Just his game face.
Kurt, you
Yeah,
require 108.
I'm just wondering how tiring that will be. To be that
52. James, you require
not
105.
necessarily wound, but most slightly coiled.
I know exactly what you mean. I wouldn't be surprised if he finishes the day with a headache.
Well, you played with quite a lot of intensity, didn't you? And
Too much.
53.
I remember saying to you
Kurt,
back in the
require
time,
56.
just chill a bit. You'll exhaust yourself.
I remember exactly where you told me that as well. Double 10 for Kurt Parry.
46.
More misses at double.
James, you
Give
require
Van Bissian
52.
another chance. And this is for 2-0 against the player that he did defeat yesterday in a similar fashion.
There's been, as we're into this
20.
match at this stage,
Kurt, you
it's
require
been
10.
quite the collapse from Kurt Parry in the last couple of matches. That should be perfect.
Game shot on the
is.
second leg.
And that'll
Kurt Parry.
be a massive relief to Kurt Parry. 2-0 down. He's in a world of trouble.
Third leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Fascinated to find out what that hand represents on the back of the shirt.
Yeah, me too. I'll have a little conversation with him later. Just
100.
ask him about the story. I remember years ago, in fact, speaking to Robert Owen, one of the best players that we've had at the Super Series in the last few seasons. He used to have some dart shirts that I somewhat categorized as
140.
a bit too colourful. And he approached me the very next day and said, they were actually designed by some local school kids.
Oops.
Yep. So, foot in mouth syndrome for me, but a wonderful story followed from Robert talking about how he
81.
outsourced an arts project to a local school. And I thought, what a wonderful idea
That's
is.
genius.
Now, if you're an aspiring dart player and you're looking for a dart
135.
shirt, why don't you do the same? Give your local school an opportunity to design you a dart shirt. I think it's a fabulous idea.
Yeah, especially for students that love that kind of thing.
42.
I designed one. It looked like a 4-year-old had done it.
97.
Good scoring from Kurt, but we do say that quite a lot. It's sometimes the approach play that needs to be polished. And I think there's a game that Kurt could really use to polish up
140.
two-dart
require
regimen
129.
when it comes to playing things like this. This is not a 2-darter, though. It's a 3-darter.
89. James, you require
We'll
138.
talk about that game in the next leg. I'll give away one of my little secrets.
Bit of a trade secret from Nico incoming. And it will be Parry back at tops. How significant will that second leg be, Paul?
Over to the 10s now.
106.
Not for the first time today. He gets
Kurt,
the
you
ideal
require
approach when
40.
his opponent is on a double already. Parry, take it.
No score.
No, he can't.
James,
And
you
with 3
required
darts in hand,
32.
it seems to be that is letting him down more than anything over the last couple of days.
Game shot on the third leg.
Punished.
James
Yeah,
Van
you're going to
Bessian.
talk about your routine. A routine I love to use for that
Fourth
very
leg, it's Kurt to
scenario
throw first. Game on.
is 3 darts at double one. You've got to hit at least 2 of the double ones before you move on. I
134.
would keep a note if I had a chalkboard handy of how many times I hit the 3 of them in the one visit, and all the way around, and then you've got to hit at least 2 balls from the 3 darts to finish the game. And then I would go on to do exactly the same routine, but trebles
180.
10 again all the way around to the ball, and that would be more of a warm-up routine, but it just gives you confidence with
140.
3 darts in hand, because if you know, I used to be able to do the 2 double ones, 2 double twos, 2 double three, all the way around 2 balls. I used to do that in 20, 25 minutes. I think it would take me about 25 days right now, but it gives you so much confidence with 3 in hand when you're in that situation.
It depends
59.
how difficult you want to make a game, because there are games out there you can make so difficult they will become
Frustrating, yeah.
underproductive.
140.
But just to keep things simple, 3 darts in hand, 1 dart to hit the double without splitting. If you hit the shot, you go to the next one. If you miss it, you go back a step. So there is a case of being penalised. But as far as Kurt's concerned,
140.
nothing wrong with the
Kurt
scoring. He's on
require
87 after 9 here. That's exactly what you want. But in spots like this, you've got to be clinical. Double 5 again.
Game
Gets
shot
it
on the
this
fourth
time.
leg.
That's
Again,
more like it.
Kurt
1 dart in
Parry.
hand in a combination shot is He's far more efficient. Yeah, I used to do a
Fifth
similar
leg,
game,
James to
50
throw
to
first.
81.
Game on.
If you don't finish it in 3 darts, you go back 1. If you do it in 2, you jump 2, and the target is to get the 81 finish, because again, that's an area that players don't tend to focus
59.
on. It's all this 1, 2, 1 and up, and the big finishes where they're a rarity.
96.
You want to be able to say that you're ready for a situation that other people don't practice.
Yeah, I mean, Glenn Durrant used to practice from 40 to 70 for those clutch combination finishes. And when you look back at his career, how many of them did he used to take?
Yeah, I've talked about something even lower than that with, I wouldn't say aspiring players, I would say people who want to get
140.
better. Practice finishes like 7, 9, 11, 13,
60.
the small ones, and when you get better at them, you start knitting together larger combinations like 48, 51, 52, 56. But as an aspiring player like these people are, you can't neglect shots like that because you just never know when you're going to need it.
140.
Even on Saturday night, we saw Wayne Jones. What did he do to finish? It wasn't a 170. It wasn't a 132.
140.
It was double 2.
Actually, some of the JDC routines are absolutely brilliant for exactly that. And I should imagine some of the players that think they're above and beyond that level should actually look
65.
at some of those routines, because they've been brilliantly constructed.
You are never too big for a double 1. Just ask Johnny Clayton.
35.
Because he likes double
James
1 more than
Rapine,
anybody.
97.
Trouble 19 in tops. Gets it. 2 at tops for 3-2. Wow.
Vicky Bird signals wide. That may be one of the worst darts he's thrown over the last couple of days. And
65.
not a great time to do it.
170.
However, he might come back. But then again, he might not.
145.
My word, that was close.
James Rapine,
Audibly
32.
close as it clips off the bullseye wire.
Game
Count
shot
yourself
on the
very
fifth
fortunate,
leg.
James. You have the
Van
lead,
Bethien.
but only just. This is a very good fixture
Sixth
as
leg,
it
it's Kurt
goes.
to throw first. Game on.
Not for Kurt Parry at the minute. He's staring down the barrel of another defeat to this Belgian player.
60.
Yeah, you can see it's racked with tension, isn't it, this one? They're both aware of how important a win here is.
You know, yesterday I was talking about the fact that James resembled somebody.
123.
I think I figured it out. This goes to show how much of a nerd I am.
Is it
125.
Is it an actor or a dart player?
It's a character.
Simpsons?
If you gave him the right outfit and you gave him the right hat and a little bit of a wig, I think he'd look like Ming the Merciless.
100.
Remember that?
What do you do at night, Nico?
Flash Gordon.
96.
You're bang on the money though, pal.
He's got that somewhat focused, aggressive look as if to say, Flash Gordon, I will get you. I think he might get Kurt Parry if he keeps playing like this.
100.
Well, he's got him where he wants him.
90.
Supreme counting there, using the bullseye with dart too. Love to see that. He's done really well to get to a manageable finish.
So we need to see a tie between James Van Bethien and Mark Durbridge, don't we?
Yeah. Week 9 and week 10. Flash coming up just short.
24.
And
Kurt
James
Uruguay,
coming up short there.
130.
And I was just about to say, he wired the big fish. But he's not going to get a dart at the ball here off of 130. 106 left.
42. James Uruguay, 154.
We saw Kurt miss bullseye for a 170. We're not going to see Van Bessien getting it big opportunity to finish the match on a 154, but he has approached well. Kurt, you need to find this. And he's in the same spot pretty much as his 170 shot for the bullseye. And James has got an opportunity for the double over KP in the middle match of the day. 62 points separate him from his first win of Tuesday.
Double 16 is the double.
Yes, it is. First win of the day. He seems to have the number of the Welshman, who stays on 10 points with Alex Spellman. But Van Bessien gets himself to 8, courtesy of that 90.06 average. And he's only 2 points behind the top 3 now. So it's still potentially a 4-horse race. Or is it? Because Rahman, who's at the top of the table, may have a slightly different proposition today as he takes on Lee Budgeon next.
So then, to complete our third round of fixtures here on Move-In Day, Lee Budgeon, who's won both of his matches so far today, looked so much more composed and assured up on that stage on the whole, but will be aware that he got away with one last time out, as he and Parry both missed a whole host of darts at double in that particular fixture. He'll need to be a lot more clinical on the outer ring in this one if he's to stand a chance of keeping his winning run going, though, because Brian Rahman is really motoring today. He's dropped just 2 legs, posted 2 averages in the high 90s, and is looking like he can take care of absolutely anything that is put in front of him. Can the Belgian move himself further clear at the top of the league standings with another 2 points in this one? Let's find out in the company of Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Abby. And the stars are aligning at the moment for Brian Rahman, with James Van Bessien getting the better of Kurt Parry. Means 97. That Brian, Nico, can now pull full clear.
Indeed, with this game in hand in round 3.
100.
A 4-point gap going into 2 rounds of play to go on Tuesday is a very, very cushy position, because if he beats Lee, He knows that he's not going to be behind on points going into the final day
180.
of Group A. But this is a very different Lee from Monday. That cannot be ignored.
57.
And the fact that Lee's got the darts presents an opportunity maybe for Parry and Spellman.
Absolutely. And Rahman's run-in is this match here
100.
against a rejuvenated Lee Budgeon. And then he takes on Kurt Parry, who'll be looking to bounce back. And in his
40.
final
Lee
match
Mackay,
is against Alex
124.
Spellman. He has got an awful run-in.
Fascinating times ahead.
So this way, if he can
92.
get him or navigate himself to 18 points at the end of the day, I'd be mightily impressed.
140. Lee
Wouldn't put it-
required 32.
Out of the blue, he's playing better than anybody today. More consistently as well. Budgeon needs 16s. Just to stop Brian from getting that chance at 164.
16. Brian
Yeah, I agree
required
with you. Brian Rahman
164.
looks the most likely.
Hang on a minute. Hang on.
180.
Genuinely thought he was going to hit that.
Lee requires
Well, he's
60.
been so good on the ball, hasn't he? The little scare for Budgeon. But
Game shot on the first
had the heart
leg.
rate
Lee
increased,
Budgeon.
that's for sure, when he was no doubt meerkatting over the shoulder of Brian
Secondly, it's
Rahman, looking
Brian
at the
to throw
bullseye.
first.
His area of the world, Lee, we've talked a lot about Belgium and South
60.
Wales and the United States over the last couple of days. But Lee is here because of ADC action in the Humber region and also parts of
96.
Yorkshire. We know that Yorkshire's incredibly strong, but Humberside's an interesting one, isn't it? I know that Mervyn King used to play for Humberside in County Darts
I didn't know that.
very, very
100.
briefly. But that area of the world, for me, do we get enough players from Humberside?
Is that sort of Hull and Humberside all around there? Yeah, Rhys
Yeah.
Robinson's
60.
from up round there, isn't
Yeah,
he?
he's pretty much one of the biggest names from Humberside.
I'm trying to think of a
58.
few players back in the day from that area.
It's had a very big presence in World Darts. They've held World Masters in Hull.
59.
And there are many people who work in World Darts from Hull as well.
87.
Some of our very close friends. And people who do immense charity work as well.
100.
196. And Brian is hoping to turn it into 88. Well, riddle me that.
180.
I do promise you that I have not just borrowed Biff Tannen's Sports Almanac to get that shot right.
55. Brian, you
That
require
was all down to the
16.
Riddler. What's up? What else is in his bag of tricks?
No
Not
score.
that.
Lee, you require
Uh-oh.
131.
Not going to take the 51 to give him the opportunity of 5 16s or 2 double tops.
91.
But
Brian,
Brian's got to get it right this
16.
time.
Game
And
shot
he
on the
does.
second leg.
Well, currently,
Brian
looking at the
Rahman.
Super League averages, there are 3 games
Third
in
leg,
this
it's Lee to
season.
throw first.
Rhys
Game on.
Robinson tops the table on 29.75. Mike Atkinson in second position. I see there's some
81.
familiar names there.
$140.
Interesting. I'm not sure if even Lee plays Super League in the Humberside Super League.
140.
Might be more focused on his ADC exploits, going to Vault Series events. That's the reason he's here. Going up against someone who is really starting to
180.
show the fireworks. It's a third 180 of this game.
45.
Rahman's got 2 of them. Yet again, he's averaging north of
58.
95. He's around high 97 for the day. Seems like this likelihood of play is very sustainable for him.
100.
Whereas
Brian,
everybody
you
else
require
is aspiring to it.
123.
Bullseye.
98.
He went for the 1, 2, 3
Lee,
the
you
other
require
way.
135.
Really interesting. That 135 is off. Now, everybody at home, get your guessing pads out. Which way is he going to go for 25?
Brian, you require 25.
Treble 3, double 8.
There
Game shot
is
on the
988.
fairway.
Somewhat
Brian
conventional
Roman.
from the man who really does have a bag of tricks. I promise you, he hasn't taken them literally up
Fourth
onto the
eight, it's Brian
stage.
to throw first.
Unfortunately, Nico, unlike the wonderful Warwickshire Darts Organisation
60.
website, I can't find any history on the Humberside database dating back more than a couple of years.
You know what? There's something flicking in my darting memory. For some reason, I'm
100.
thinking that VJ Kumar used to play for Humberside as well. Because VJ used to play for England.
Yes. And remember VJ very well.
59.
In fact, I'm with you on that one.
He was from that neck of the woods,
He
wasn't
was, yep.
Now you've got me interested.
100.
I'm gonna research that.
Gonna dig a little deeper. I think I actually played pairs with VJ somewhere. One of the
58.
many European Opens we used to attend. Used to have a doubles on a Friday night.
Really, I'm going back.
58.
VJ won the 1994 French Open. Isn't that amazing? In an era, around 94, when maybe darts was top of everybody's list when it comes
100.
to sport because of the politics.
Politics, as I like to call it.
I rewatched that documentary recently, the Blood on the Carpet one with Tommy Cox
140.
and Ollie Croft and Marcus Robertson.
Have you seen the Jockey Wilson one?
Not yet.
There's a
140. Lee, you
documentary
require
put together about
103.
jockey. It's quite sad, but touching.
Double 16 for Lee Budgeon.
Oh,
And that could be a
87.
costly miss.
Brian, you require 84.
especially from a man. Oh, trouble 13.
35.
Yeah, there was-
Always goes
Lee
for the
requires
positive
16.
route, doesn't he?
yes, he does.
Game shot
Doesn't
on
have
the
a
fourth
negative bone in
leg.
his body.
Lee Budgeon.
And it's 2-2. That break of throw takes us into a best of 3 leg contest
Fifth
from
leg,
here.
it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Brian knows from experience, because he has played in this format previously, maybe not in Portsmouth. But every game is not going to be the
96.
same. You're not going to dominate everybody. You're going to have ups and downs, and you have to manage them properly.
99.
In fact, we have had, on multiple occasions, in a Group A scenario, people having dominant displays.
96.
28 points is the record. It's the only group that nobody has ever perfected.
94.
4 occasions we have seen someone get 28 points from a possible 30. But nobody has ever won all 15 games. It's one of the only things that hasn't been completed here. People
Had a
have
few
had...
go close. Jim McKeown went close, didn't he?
Yeah, he had 28 points. Dave Evans, Colin Osborne.
59.
People have had 20 points in Group C, 16 points in Group B,
78.
but no 30 points in Group A.
And it ain't happening this week.
It isn't. And I'm not sure it's going to happen
140.
because of the talent pool that we live in. Someone goes and does that.
60.
There's still no guarantee that
Lee
they win the week.
require
That's the
110.
intricacy of it. That's going to be tops for Lee.
70.
That was
Brian,
for
you require
3-2.
170.
We've seen this go close today.
How close will this one be? Let's find out.
139. Lee, you require 40.
Great attempt from the Riddler. But he is scraping away, trying to hold on to Lee Budgeon, who seems to have plenty of opportunities. Can he take it?
Game shot on the 5th leg.
He can, only
Lee
just,
Budgeon.
and it's a 3-2 lead against the man who is at the top of the table right now.
6th leg,
Kurt
it's
Parry
Brian to throw
and
first.
Spellman in the practice room saying, come on, Lee, do us a favour.
Yeah, this is the first examination
41.
today for Brian Roman. He doesn't respond well. Just 41. Budgeon just
96.
coasting along at 87.5 in terms of averages, 85 for Roman.
You've got to be just that extra bit special when you're playing against the darts,
100.
haven't you?
Yeah, you just got to find something, like you say, that the 6 visit or 5 visit leg may have to become a 6 into 5 or a 5 into 4.
140.
The next 2 legs are as pristine as his haircut. He might just walk away with a 4-3
95.
victory and 14 points with 2 runs to go today. But he's still counting on errors from the ADC qualifier.
And he gets one. So here's an opportunity. He will be following suit on the 19s. Oh dear.
Whenever you say,
45.
oh dear, it's never a good thing
No.
for the player who's throwing. I think you should get a T-shirt with that on. Just a caricature of you, oh dear. They would sell by the bucket load.
44.
Brian is dreaming of a max here. He's already got 2 in this contest. How much he is craving a 3rd.
60.
Even with his
Lee
creativity,
require
he had to stay on the 20s there.
164.
His issue there, Paul, was dart 1. It was tight. Oh, had options
94.
there.
Brian, you require
Could've gone ball.
160.
So he couldn't get the 170. 160 has fallen by the wayside as well.
70. Lee requires 70.
He now has to score with a double at the end what Brian has just scored to leave 90. It is a match dart.
Game
And that is the
shot,
first defeat
and
of the day
match,
for Brian
Lee
Roman.
Budgeon.
A bad result for him. An excellent result for Lee Budgeon, who is perfect today, turning everything around. 5 defeats on Monday. Today, so far, 3 games and 3 wins. 86.53 the average. Decent enough on the doubles. And Roman, who took his foot off the pedal a little bit, did pay the penalty. When we come back, it will be the start of round 4. And we're going to start with Van Biesien against Van den Hogen.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Lee Budgeon has just made it 3 wins from 3 on the second day of Group A action. We can take a little look at the results so far from today's action. We are, of course, 9 matches in. And Lee Budgeon, Paul Nicholson, what are the main differences you have seen to his game today?
He just looks a lot more comfortable. And even though he's been given some really tough fixtures today, like yesterday, he just looks more comfortable with the challenge. And Chris Mason talks a lot about playing with freedom. And I think what happened yesterday has allowed him to play with that. And he's not thinking about winning the group. He's not thinking about whether he wants to get into Group B. He's playing because he had such a bad day yesterday. All right, I'll just go and do what I can do on Tuesday. And that's exactly what we expected from Lee yesterday. It's happening today.
For Brian Rahman, it didn't look early on like he was going to deviate away from that mid-90s to high 90s average. He has done, though. What do you think it was that affected him in that third game?
I just get the feeling that he wasn't feeling as confident at the start of that game as some previous ones. And because Budgeon had the darts and was able to start well, it just immediately put Brian under pressure. And you've got to give Lee the credit for that.
A lot of mental strength as well from Budgeon, because he could have gone away from yesterday's play, let it fester, but he's not done that.
No, and I think if you look at his history here, he's had a situation in a Group A scenario where he started with 2 losses on Monday before and then gone on to win the group. I've always remembered that because it told me that when he's downtrodden, he's not going to be completely left in the mud. He's going to dig his way out, and he's doing that today.
Yeah, absolutely. And he certainly kept his hopes of at least a Group B spot alive. Alex Spellman, though, we've spoken a lot about his range and how huge that is. When you are that player, how difficult can that be? Because you're going up onto that stage and you're not even sure what level you're going to produce.
That's exactly what it is sometimes. If something isn't clicking in your game, something that you really need to count on, if it's not there, then you're not sure if this is going to be a good or a bad game. And that range yesterday was a good 25 points. So if he's not able to find that key ingredient to make those games a little bit easier for him, then he's going to continue to have that range, unfortunately.
And in the context of the league stand-ins, how big a moment could that Budgeon win be for his chances?
I think it was huge, not just for Alex Spellman, but also for Kurt Parry, because he stumbled a little bit over the last hour. And now, keeping Brian on 12 points means that they have a legitimate shot over the next couple of rounds to get to the top of the table by the end of the day.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable as well. We can see what that's done to the league stand-ins. For Kurt Parry, started the day with a performance 4 from 4 on the outer ring. In his subsequent 2 matches, he's missed 20 darts at double. He sat third in the table behind Spellman and Rahman. How do you see the rest of the day playing out for Parry?
It's difficult sometimes to predict what Kurt will do. We know what he can do. As to whether he can put that into play is a very different thing. Chris and I are starting to analyse certain patterns within his game, and that's what Group A gives you, lots of big sample sizes. We know that when he's got 3 darts in hand at a double, sometimes he misses them by tiny margins too much. But when he's got combinations, he looks a bit more comfortable. So this is something we'll keep an eye on.
Absolutely. Right then, 2 more rounds of fixtures to bring you this afternoon. So let's get back right into the action and hand over to Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yeah, a very interested James Van Bessian in this one after Lee Budgeon got the better of Brian Rahman. And Brian Rahman's run-in is a toughie, as myself and Paul already mentioned. He plays Kurt Parry in a couple of games' times and then finishes off against Alex Spellman. So we may well see another twist in the table. But for James, a win here, and he joins Parry and Spellman on 10 points. All the players with 2 matches to play, so a possible 4 points available.
First leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
These 2 met yesterday. It was James who got the better of Tom with an 85-78 average, a couple of 180s. Efficient on the doubles, 4 from 9. And he won 4-2. And he'd be
60.
looking to replicate that, if not better, here. Like I said, if he does, we then start to get a real congested
57.
top end to the table. Lee Budgeon on a bit of a roll. his run in is a match against Alex Spellman and then a match against James Van Bessian. So
98.
his run in, like Roman's, not particularly ideal, Nico.
Well, if you want ideal run-ins and things to
59.
be all comfy and cozy, well, maybe you've come to the wrong place. Because in order to get life-changing money, you have to change your life. I've been saying that a lot recently. I said it about Luke Humphreys in the last 6 months of last year. If you want to get
140.
life-changing trophies and paychecks, you've got to be able to change what you do. And if you want to be at this level better than you've been before, you've got to put in more hard work, more effective work, and not be afraid of what you've got to do it against.
40.
Yeah, it's all about sacrifices, isn't it?
We've already spoken today about how certain dart players have to spend time away from their families, their friends, from employment, and that could bring
43.
financial implications. But if you can succeed here, you can earn an awful lot of dosh, which could even go up by 400% in the next month.
40. James, you require 160.
Well, you've only got to listen to what Luke Littler has said about his time here and the benefits he got from not only
45.
competing, but the financial elements as well.
He picked up 2 series titles.
57.
Very nearly a
James, you
third.
require 115.
4 weekly titles for him, 2 series titles and 2 qualification titles as well.
Yeah, over £50,000. Well over £50,000.
99.
The darts there from Van Bessian. I wonder if he's going to wear just a black shirt this week all week. Because some players, they are somewhat superstitious about the colours they wear,
96.
aren't they?
James, you require 60.
These two have both worn black both days. Maybe they just don't like the flashy colours.
James shot on the first leg.
Not a
James
flashy
Van
first
Bessian.
leg, but it's an effective one for James as he takes the lead.
Second leg,
Yeah,
it's
very
Tom to
steady.
throw first. Game
Hold
on.
a throw.
Do you have any shirts from your previous times that you think, well, why did I wear that?
Well, there's a few out there that are horrific. But
80.
I actually have my very first ever dart shirt when I was about, say, 10 or 11, I think, looking at the size of it. It is tiny. Little white shirt with my name on the back. So I'm going to get that framed up.
It's a
42.
nice touch.
And I've got some photographs of the tournament that I wore it in
7.
down at Breen Sands. In I think it was a under 21 competition. I lost in the final to Paul Baker, younger brother of Colin Baker, who was
140.
an established pro. I ran straight to the arcades and cried my eyes out.
43.
Just goes to show that you wanted the win and nothing else.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, that's the only one I got. The rest of them have been given to fundraisers and charities and stuff like that. But yeah, my England shirt is the one I regret giving away.
96.
You know who has it?
No.
Well, there's a battle cry. Whoever's got Chris Mason's England shirt, please get in touch with us.
100.
Yeah, I will give you a substantial amount of money for it.
Yeah, I've still got my first Australian rep shirt. It's in a frame with my first tournament winning darts in Australia, and I value that very, very highly.
26.
Yeah, it was a special debut. I made my debut with Phil Nixon. It's just such wonderful memories and just such pride.
Phil Nixon, the 7 specialist, who made the world final at Lakeside in 2007. Of course, had to be a 7. A wonderful bloke.
Yeah, one of the nicest men I've ever had the pleasure of calling a friend.
87. Tommy require
a wonderful guy.
138.
Fabulous dart player to boot.
Oh, wasn't he just frighteningly good when he was really in the mood? Servant of County Durham for many, many years.
James, you require 110.
110. Takes his time on the first start, but it's exactly what he wanted. Now, is he undecided as to what to leave here? Initially, he was going to go for an 18, but this time he decides to leave tops. Interesting.
70. Tommy require 40.
Or maybe he wanted to put the knife into Tom a little bit because he wanted to hit the double that he left.
Psychological warfare.
Game shot on the
Oh, that's
second
bang
leg.
in the middle of
Tom
double
van den
10,
Hogen.
but one apiece. Yeah, it's funny how certain players make
Third leg,
sort of
it's
such
James
an
to throw
impact
first.
on you.
Game
And
on.
Nixie was certainly one of them. It's very rarely when I'm doing an exhibition or some kind of appearance, his name doesn't come up. What was that guy who nearly made that comeback against Martin
100.
Adams? And yes, it was a great story.
I remember having a conversation with Mervyn King once. I was talking about Phil Nixon because I got my
57.
regular darts magazine and I saw that Phil had played for England and averaged around 97, smashed a game just over 20 years ago. And speaking to Mervyn about the fact that Nixie won 3-0 in his country's colours and then got
85.
dropped for the next game. And he said, oh, well, that's normal because a lot of people tend to average around 105 in those games. And I thought, my word, that's cutthroat.
Incredibly, on
99.
my England debut, I played against a London Super League teammate who was from Scotland, and then a West of England Super League teammate who was Welsh in Martin Freeman. How bizarre, of all the people I could have played, it was
85.
two Super League mates.
I think sometimes that happens a lot. I've known Gary Anderson since I was 19 years
80.
old. He used to come down to Bedlington Station Club and be a ringer for their Super League team. Just this young guy with dark hair and an earring in his left ear who was just masterful at what he did. And then next thing you know, I went to a few tournaments with Gary and him and Gary
96.
Robson. I went off the scene. They went their own way. The next thing you know, TV debut against Gary Anderson.
Wow.
171. James, you require 135.
Beautiful 171 there to pressure the 135. And my first dealings with Gary, I was up at, I sort of knew of him.
99.
I was
Tommy
up at
require
Gordy
94.
Morris's Portland tournament.
I can get behind two double 19s there.
54.
It's the right thing to do.
James, you require
But
36.
Van Bessien's got double 18 here for a 2-1 advantage.
And I thought, I've heard a lot about this lad. And
Game shot.
he
the
wasn't one
third
for
leg.
practicing even
James
back
Van
then. And
Bessien.
there was always plenty of boards there. So I seen him sort of go off and start.
Fourth
And I
leg,
thought,
it's
I'll
Tom to throw
just get on the
first.
same
Game
board
on.
of him and just have a look.
You know what? That brings up something that I figured out about Gary really quickly. We were at the British Open in
140.
2001. And he was telling me the previous night at the Chinese restaurant, I don't practice too much. And Gary Robson had told me exactly the same. And I thought maybe he just doesn't need to. I went for breakfast at 6:30. Walked past the playing area in the Adelphi Hotel in Liverpool. And Gary was on the practice board. And I thought, you
40.
told me fibs. Dart boards and practice areas are like poker tables. Don't believe everything you hear.
Yeah, I didn't stay practicing for long because he
58.
absolutely frightened me to death. I was like, what is this? He was 180, 140, 180, and just chatting away.
He has played darts from very close quarters to a lot of people. And I can say hand on heart that
140.
when Gary's in the mood, he's on another planet.
Yeah, he's up there with one of the best I've certainly
42.
ever seen firsthand. And play against.
Did you ever hear that story about the Anderson Taylor exhibition in Shetland? They played 19 legs and they both averaged over 118.
100.
Just ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, 19 legs of it too. And I had that story corroborated too. I thought it was somewhat anecdotal, but it
Yeah.
wasn't. It was fact.
62.
The fact of this game is that James Van Bussien's starting to get that little bit of a comfort zone. Tom is playing to the level that we kind of expect from him.
I remember being up in Scotland, another
100.
tournament in Scotland, the early sort of pro tours, and me and Wayne had heard all these rumours of Adrian Lewis, and we thought we'll go and watch him play. He was best of 9 then.
James Jamiroquai,
5
121.
12 darts on the spin. And he made it look easy. And he missed doubles.
He recently celebrated his birthday just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, happy birthday, AD.
As James celebrating now with a 1-2-1. He's keeping his arm out there for this one. He's decided to reset, which I think is the right thing to do. It almost was the perfect thing to do.
Tommy Require, 140.
Not going to take this big out. His biggest finish yesterday was 122 in that
40.
win against Lee Budgeon in Game 5
James
on Monday.
Require, 25.
But he may be the only person not to get a win today if he doesn't hook up his ideas in the next couple of rounds. This 25 would put him within one leg of another defeat.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Very effective.
James Van Bussien.
And I said we're getting what we expect from Tom, but we're also getting what we expect from James.
Yeah, very much so.
5th leg, it's
Here's
James
another
to
one
throw
for you,
first.
Nicole.
Game on.
Joe Cullen's debut in the UK Open.
I remember him playing in a blue and white shirt.
Bolton. Against yours truly.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you remember who Robert Thornton made his debut against in the UK Open?
119.
No.
Anastasia.
Wow. That's a good quiz question.
80.
2008, I believe that was. Back when the UK Open was at Bolton. It was fun back then, when it was all in the same room.
Hot but fun, because it was used to be in the height of summer, didn't it?
100.
Now, this place gets pretty warm during the summer. But one of the benefits of this great playing facility is that the players are so comfortable
49.
and are able to play year-round. And with all due respect to our previous studio, it was just a little bit harder to keep the temperature to the players' liking.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Brian Raman thought of the new venue, because of course he
100.
wouldn't have played here since he played at Southampton. Yeah, we used to pipe in air conditioning in between games because they were effectively just locked in a
58.
airtight, soundproof room.
That'll make for a really interesting interview with someone who may or may not grace the next stage. We don't want to give too much away. I like to leave a little bit of meat on the bone or a little bit extra tofu on the plate.
100.
And that's where it should be left.
82 to finish this one off. And James really has
77.
not been troubled
James
that
Require,
much
82.
by his Dutch opponent, unfortunately. James, who took the victory yesterday against Van den Hogen by 4 legs to 2, might get a better result here today. Easy layup for tops.
42.
And he will be back for it no matter what Tom does here.
Yep. So we're going to have Spellman, Parry, and Van Bussien all on 10 points.
77.
Raman out in
James
front on
Require,
12.
40.
But up next, it is Spellman against Budgeon, and a chance for Budgeon, if he can beat Spellman, to go
Game,
within
shot,
2 points
and
of the group
match.
on 10.
James Van Bussien.
And Van Bussien secures the win. An average, a very tidy one again. He seems to just be locked in around the mid-80s, and he's doing that comfortably. No 180s in the match, but some lovely finishing from James. 4 from 7. After a short break, we're back with Spellman against Budgeon.
So then, next up for you in this afternoon session, it is Lee Budgeon. Of course, lost all 5 of his matches yesterday, is now the only player in the field with the opportunity to go through the card today. A remarkable turnaround, as Nico and Mace mentioned in comms, playing with so much freedom, and it is allowing him to show us what he's capable of. As for Alex Spellman, well, he was involved in a 39-dart leg in his last match, so unfair to focus too much on the averages in that one. The important thing for the American is that he still came through 4-0. To see who comes out on top in this one then, let's get back to Nico and Mace.
Thank you, Abby. We have had it confirmed that 39-dart leg is the longest leg we've ever had in Portsmouth. So an unwanted record for Spellman, but it was a leg that he won. So let's move on from it. And we did talk about Lee Budgeon playing with freedom, but I may have to take that freedom away if he wins this game. Because if he goes to 8 points and only 2 points behind Spellman, Parry and Van Bessien, he is still in with a shout of winning this group remarkably after a winless Monday.
Yeah, well, we picked up on it yesterday and suggested he'd have to go
First
5
leg,
from
it's
5
Alex to throw
today.
first. Game on.
And then, well, anything can happen. But first and foremost, it's getting the better of this man who, well, that dart almost
85.
personifies the kind of couple of days he's had. There's been some good stuff in there, but some really erratic stuff.
We can't tell you exactly what you're
81.
going to get from every single fixture, but we can look at what's happened before to try and give us some sort of indication. There it is again. That drastic pull left.
35.
And I think he's a bit puzzled, and that is a really bad place to be. If you don't know what's happening, darts becomes guesswork.
Yeah, I totally agree. When I'm sort of now in my
56.
initial stages of getting ready for the seniors, I'm sort of my throws all over the place, but I know exactly what is wrong, and it's just building up that repetition and
43.
regaining that muscle memory, getting that point of release right, getting the wrist in the right place, and when you're
60.
absolutely a loss of, well, I don't know why it's going there, like you say, Nico, that's a huge, huge problem.
We can actually talk about,
60.
in a more constructive sense, the way that Alex bounced back from that very long leg in the previous match, because he delivered 28 darts for the last 2 legs.
Yeah, he was brilliant, wasn't he?
That really was incredible.
Showing great mental strength.
90.
I expect nothing more from someone who is as smart as Alex is, and do not underestimate just how intelligent this man is. I have it on good authority that he
32.
has actually worked in computer programming for a company that created Fortnite, which is one of the biggest computer games on the planet.
56.
Confirmed. Not that I would know what it is, but the little fella plays it. That's all I know.
I think it's one of those games you can get very lost in.
And it's very popular
81. Lee
with
require
people who post nonsense on
158.
the internet. They usually have pajamas and quilt covers in Fortnite.
58.
Now, Spellman's got himself in no man's land right now.
Yeah. 19s is the route here. It's okay for him. If he drops another one on there,
95.
will be 32
Lee
left. As it
require
is, down
100.
to 70. Oh, he's got to stay there, surely, Nico.
Great call from Chris Mason.
90. Alex
Not
requires
the full
70.
stop on the leg just yet. Spellman does not need the 20s for this shot. But now he does.
Game
And
shot
one
on
of the
first
benefits of
leg.
double top is that
Alex
you don't have to
Spellman.
get the line right. You just have to get the weight right. Now, as that leg went on, things did
Second leg,
start
it's
to
Lee
improve
throw
a little bit.
first. Game
But
on.
are you an advocate, Mace, that when you are struggling with the line, maybe change the target? You could go full on Maras Razma and start on the 19s just to change the target for a
100.
leg or two.
Yeah, and sometimes it just freshens you up a little bit, doesn't it? And I say sometimes I just feel with Alex that
43.
he doesn't give himself a breather mentally.
That phrase of giving yourself a breather,
96.
it's a literal comment. You need time to breathe. And sometimes when you're feeling stressed, and I've researched this extensively over the last few years, you can get an awful lot from a slow inhale,
100.
but a very deliberate letting go exhale, just letting everything go from the top of your head to your feet, just let it all out, and then start again.
Yeah, breathe through the nose,
42.
out through the mouth. Some form of meditation that releases positive hormones.
You look at a high jumper before
40.
they do their exact routine before they go to try and jump the bar. It's exact breaths. They have these
Visualization,
mannerisms
yeah.
and visualizations. It's exactly the same
59.
in most sports. Triple jumpers do it. Archers do it. Shooters do it in Olympic shooting. Think about what it's like at the top of a ski jump. You think they're just thinking, oh, it's very high. No, they're thinking,
55.
breathe, 1, 2, 3, go.
Correct.
I wonder if that's what ski jumpers actually think.
I'd love to know what was going through the mind of
60.
Eddie the Eagle.
In 1988.
Yeah.
in
Oh no,
South
what
Korea.
have I done? What have I signed up for? To be a little bit bonkers to do that, didn't you?
96.
Throw yourself down almost a vertical
144.
slope that then launches you in the air.
It must feel like flying, surely.
They sort of do.
96. Alex, you require 167.
This is a big ask from Alex.
It's almost like he needs something like that to ignite a
43.
performance from
Lee,
him.
you require
Yeah, maybe just a
48.
bullseye finish like his 127 from yesterday. That would ignite him a little bit. Double 16 would bring Lee level,
32.
but it doesn't.
Alex, you require 124.
Well, Alex, we've talked about the spark. Can you ignite yourself with a bullseye finish on 124? The answer is no, but double 11 would do the trick.
102.
Superb try.
Lee requires 16.
Next door neighbour of double 11 is what Lee requires.
8.
And I'm surprised by the levels in this
Alex, you
game, I've got to be
require
honest.
22.
I thought this was going to be a superb game of darts, but it's proven to
Game
be a
shot on the
very
second
edgy one,
leg.
which
Alex
Spellman is
Spellman.
taking a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Alex to throw first. Game on.
Mentioned that Alex has worked for a company in the past that specialises in computer games. There used to be a computer game back in the day called Alex the Kid. Do you remember that?
I do not.
I think maybe I'm showing my age now.
140.
I was never a gamer.
Still have an original Nintendo Game Boy.
Wow.
One of my prized possessions with the
140.
box. And the light and some of the games.
That'll be worth a canny few quid.
Just every now and again, you got to remind yourself of what it was like to be a kid.
60.
Still have in my family the dartboard that I hit my first 9 darter on. I gave it to my grandfather as soon as I hit it. I only bought it that morning. Proved to be a very expensive day.
180.
I hit my very first in Steve Brown's dad's pub. My very first in an actual game
80.
against his uncle.
You know where that board is now?
No.
Well, this dart is finding the 25
145.
to set up a 10 darter. Said that this game needed something to get it going. It might just be this leg.
57. Lee, you required 36.
Double 18 for the best leg of the week.
Game shot on the
That
third
is wonderful.
leg.
And when you
Lee
consider
Budgeon.
just what the averages were in the first couple of legs. That has come out of the clear blue
Full
sky.
Vegas lead to throw
And
first.
the sky
Game on.
outside is nothing but grey. Darts can be very, very unforgiving and very strange
60.
sometimes.
Well, prior to that, he was averaging 22 per dart. That leg was 50 per dart.
You're trying to outdo me on the numbers, mate.
100.
How about this one? The best leg of the day compared to the worst leg of the day are 29 darts apart.
Now that's a range.
96.
Not a range that anybody wants to have. I think if you play 5 games in a day, your range of legs won, you want it to be
60.
at most 10. Because you might stick in a 9-darter.
Yeah, I think that 7 visit territory
96.
is maximum, isn't it?
Considering the levels that we've seen from Spellman, and very recently, like Q School, Challenge Tour, that kind of thing,
58.
this is the kind of performance that he dreads. He's 2-1 up, but I guarantee you right now, he's not happy.
No, and when you've got this in the
80.
locker, it's in knockout darts, it's going to create massive problems.
$97.
He's telling you the story with his own facial expressions. Pushing downstairs.
137.
Yep, to leave 32 for a level game.
These guys played yesterday.
Lee required 32.
It wasn't a good game. They both averaged in the mid to somewhat high 70s.
Game shot on the foreplay.
That is 2-2, and
Lee
this one
Budgeon.
is somewhat similar.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not too dissimilar, is it? 72 for Spellman.
Fifth leg, it's Alex to throw
Nearly
first.
83 for
Game on.
Budgeon.
I just wonder if this fixture just doesn't suit either player. Your phrase of styles make fights, and it's the same in darts when you're playing against certain
96.
people. Maybe these two just don't have any game chemistry.
No, the tempo is very similar, so
93.
usually that's key to a good game when you get two of the quicker players that find a nice sort of tempo and rhythm to a game. But these two, quite deliberate.
77.
I never minded that because I was always fairly strong with the amount of time that I had at the back of the hockey. I could manage that really well.
Yeah, you play at your own pace, and if someone was quicker, you'd take more time.
59.
Go for a little wander.
There's that slight lateral drift into that 5 again, but this time the adjustment is really good.
95.
At the minute, 95 is not a bad score. But the 2 treble successes in this match have been very minimal
58.
indeed. There you can see only 3 140 plus scores, and we're into the middle of leg 5.
54.
Yeah, it's been scrappy, excluding that 10-dart leg.
On occasion over the last couple of days as well, we've
84.
seen Budgeon just slightly overbalance. And that might be something to do with the fact that he does arc his right side down ever so slightly. If you look at the elbow position, it is quite low because of the body position.
79.
Yeah, it's almost forcing it low, isn't it?
You can see he's not vertical. He's actually leaning over, and sometimes he just tips it a bit too far. That puts
59.
an awful lot of pressure
Alex
on the right hip.
required 100.
Yeah, on the knee.
I don't mind that play with 148 for
60.
Budgeon. That's a
Lee
difficult out,
required
especially in these
148.
circumstances. Well, Spellman's gone for somewhat cagey effort, not going for tops.
100. Alex, you require 40.
At least this way, he's got 3 darts at tops for a 3-2 lead now.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And that's positive.
Alex Spellman.
At least that part of his game in this contest has been really, really promising.
Yeah, 3
Sixth
from
leg, it's
4
Leeds
on the
to throw
doubles.
First. Game on.
That's key to why he leads 3-2.
Final game of round 4.
58.
We'll see Brian Roman return to the hockey to take on Kurt Parry. I think they're both looking to bounce back after what's been
80.
somewhat up and down day.
Yeah. Going to be a fascinating tie, that one.
I just wonder if Lee Budgeon's just trying to
60.
be a bit too deliberate now. He's lost his
Rhythm.
fluency. In previous matches today where he's not lost, it's been retrieve, throw, whereas now there's a bit more thought in
134.
between darts. This is better. It's not just because he's hitting the target,
140.
but the rhythm of all 3 darts was much better there. That's a perfect dart for Alex. He wants to leave 147 for the match.
100.
Just trying to feather that one a bit too much, I think.
Needs to back that treble one up with 2 of those.
68.
You're going to be involved in games like this now and again. Got to be mentally strong in these ones, otherwise you will lose.
57.
Sounded like Ivan Drago there, didn't I? You will lose.
100.
You know how many
Alex
lines he had in
Rakai,
Rocky 4, by the way?
130.
No.
Not many. I think it was 9. An entire movie.
72.
That could
Lee
do.
requires 75.
Let's see if Budgeon can take us to leg 7.
He'll have to hit tops with 1 dart in hand.
Game shot on the
And
6th
gets
leg.
it.
Lee
What a
Budgeon.
clutch finish that is from Budgeon to take us to a decider.
7th and final
For the
leg. It's Alex
first
to
time
throw
today.
first. Game
And
on.
if there is any doubts in the Spellman game, they'll become evident here.
Yeah, they're very much accentuated in scenarios like this. Doesn't feel
42.
like it's the first time we've gone to leg 7 today, but it is. We've only had 4 1s, 4 0s, and 4 2s today. After starting incredibly buoyantly in round 1,
58.
the standard has withered just a little bit. Wonder if the second wind is about to be found by our playing crop here on Tuesday.
85.
One thing you have to manage in that practice room, it's not just every aspect of your game. It's you can't overwork
60.
it. If you've got a 2 or 3 game gap, you can't spend every waking moment on the dartboard. You're going to punch yourself out.
You're going to leave all your juice on the beach.
81.
He's going to say a 2 treble visit.
27.
Starting to feel like Monday again. This is the Budgeon that we had yesterday. But if he walks away with a victory against Spellman, having played like this, he will think it's not the end of January. He'll think it's Christmas again.
98.
Just pinching the odd treble, and it's more than enough at the moment for Spellman.
Tremendous darts, but he's now needing errors from the American.
There's one of them. Oh, great recovery.
66.
Just working his way across the board there, but not to his liking. It was a bad visit, then it was a good visit, then it was a terrible one.
47.
But he's been given a
Alexa
present
require
back.
129.
The fact that Budgeon has not left a finish means that 129 has got 6 dots attached.
Treble 18, maybe the shot.
57.
Well, I'd be thinking here. 137. Pile the pressure on Spellman. 59's not enough.
59. Alexa requires 72.
I'd be really fascinated to see the reaction of Spellman if he wins the match at this visit. How is tops for him this time?
32.
Match start missed.
Lee require
Does Lee get one
110.
himself?
And he pull one out the fire. Treble 17 leaves tops.
$69.
He's had some problems on tops at times
Alexa
over the last
require
couple of days.
40.
My word, does he need tops now? Or tens? Last chance. Let's see his reaction, because it wasn't a classic by any means. It's a first defeat of the day for Lee Budgeon. I don't think either player is going to be happy with their level of performance, but the key thing there for Spellman is that he's gotten in touch with Brian Rahman at the top of the table on points, even with what would classify as his D game. Only 73 needed to get the 4-3 win, and having the darts in that last leg was absolutely monstrous, so he can get himself on 6 points for the day. When we come back, it will be the end of round 4. Kurt Parry against Brian Rahman. It promises much. Will it deliver?
Well, Brian Rahman and Kurt Parry were involved in an incredibly fascinating contest yesterday. Rahman missed 4 match darts, but having missed a number to get over the line himself, Parry eventually did so, condemning Rahman to his only defeat yesterday. The Belgian has been beaten once already today, of course, lost to Lee Budgeon last time out. A substantial drop in his level. Can he return to the Rahman we saw early on today? Let's find out in the company of Chris and Paul.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, myself and Paul were literally just discussing that in the break. It's been a drop-off in everybody's level of performance, probably with the exception of Van Bessian, Paul.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say.
First leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
Said there's a possibility of a second wind. Some of these players as we get to the end of Tuesday. This one on paper looks like a
59.
great fixture, but then again, the last one did as well.
Yeah, I mean, this tie yesterday,
83.
prior to Brian losing his last game, this was the last game he actually lost, and it was match number 4 yesterday. Kurt winning it 4-3 with a
100.
93-39, but it was an enthralling tie.
It just goes to show the levels that we've seen from Rahman.
60.
Because that performance from Kurt yesterday was his best statistical performance. But had he done that against Brian in the first 2 games of today,
100.
he would have lost. Darts is not played on paper.
100.
At least this brand of darts is not played on paper because you can't get dartboards made of paper.
85.
Well, they are sort of made of paper, aren't they?
The dartboards are made of
Sisal.
sisal, which
88.
means that
Kurt
even the
required
dartboards have gone
157.
plant-based.
56. Brian, you require 170.
That's a decade-relevant joke right there. Another crack at a 170. He missed it on the bull in his previous game.
98. Kurt, you require
This time he does not get a shot at the bull. Kurt gets a shot at double 12.
77. Brian, you require 72.
I'll be fascinated to see his doubled numbers again at the end of the day. Wow, that was a very fortunate
40.
shot. I could have bust
Kurt,
the
you require
score.
24.
This one could win the leg.
18.
He's
Brian, you
missed
require
all 3 doubles by the
32.
same margin there. All by 1.5 centimetres.
He does that a lot.
Game shot on the first leg. Brian
Brian
Rahman.
Rahman has been doing that a lot over the last couple of days. 1-0 up, break of throw.
Second leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
Here's a conundrum as we have a few players towards the top of the table. Obviously, if Spellman was to win this group, he'd stick
131.
around. He'd stay in Portsmouth and he wouldn't go anywhere because going back to North Carolina and back is just not an option.
100.
If Brian Rahman was to win this group and have 2 days off, he has the option of going back to Belgium and coming back.
100.
But I guess he would probably stay.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you're Kurt Parry and you win Group A and you live where he lives, do you stay or do you go
140.
home?
If I was him and I'm more comfortable at home and I had some darts, possibly to
140.
maybe a bit of league stuff just to tick over, I'm with you. I'd probably go home. Would you?
If I was in his scenario, I'd probably go
180.
home.
Brian, you require 130.
But he's got to win the group first. He'll have another crack
94.
at
Kurt, you
possibly
require 81.
treble 19 and double 12.
We're an 11 darter, Paul.
69.
Again, it's that
Brian, you
adjustment
require
around the doubles,
36.
and that can be corrected. We're just practicing the doubles as we discussed earlier.
No score.
And Brian
Kurt, you
tried to hit his own
require 12.
dart with dart 2 to sneak it in. That didn't work. So then he went for the open portion of the bed, and that didn't work. It's constantly missing the same
6.
doubles. 12s, 6s, and 3s.
Brian, you require 36.
It's already 9 darts at double he's missed, and it's only the end of leg 2.
What a chance for Rahman, though, to double his lead.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah,
Brian
puff of the cheeks
Rahman.
from Brian.
This time
Third
of the
leg,
year,
it's Kurt to throw
we have
first.
been given the
Game on.
gift of some players not getting tour cards, so it means that we get to see them here. Likes of Brian and
125.
The likes of Spellman. But as you give with one hand, you get some things taken away with.
43.
Some other players, but I think this is one of the most exciting times of the year at the Modus Super Series because we don't tell
60.
you until a few days before, but we know some of the names that are being echoed around this place for your darting entertainment over the next few
58.
weeks, and some of them are great.
Yeah, this year it's going to be, well, it's going to see some
100.
unique things added to the Super Series.
And there will be some people returning after some time away.
71. 100.
People returning who had plenty of success under its former guise as the Modus Live League.
58. Kurt, you require 116.
Has hit this week. Does he hit it again?
96.
He's into double figures without a double hit. Got to be bullseye with the last dart.
126.
Wonderfully thought out. Not surprised to see that from Brian. Double five.
Game shot on the third.
Found
leg.
by Parry.
Kurt Parry.
And he gets his first hit on his 13th attempt.
Fourth
Lucky
leg,
number
it's Brian
13.
to throw first. 60.
The darts that Brian Roman uses are not that dissimilar to that of Simon Whitlock from previous times.
140.
And Connor Scott used a very similar dart, didn't he?
Indeed, and you are going to see Connor on this hockey for the first time
60.
in a couple of days because he is involved in Group C with James Wilson, Tom Sykes,
83.
and the bottom three players from this group. If you think that things are going to be easier in Group C, think again.
Yeah, he played brilliantly.
100.
At Q-Score, he's probably walked away from there thinking, how on earth didn't I get my card? His numbers were remarkable.
45.
For me, he's right up there with one of the best players not to have a card right now.
And with his enthusiasm, his work ethic, I genuinely think that Connor Scott
180.
is going to fit in here like a round peg in the ground. Someone is going to make this place
92.
theirs
Brian,
in
you require
2024, and it could be
101.
Connor.
Yeah, Luke Littler made it his own last year alongside Steve West.
69. Kurt, you require 141.
Yes.
I tried a 101
121.
on that kind of
Brian, you
combination.
require
He's missed the
32.
81, and now he's missed the 141.
Game
Now he's
shot on
down
the fourth
3-1.
leg. Brian Roman.
This is not a good result for the chasing pack.
No, this is
Fifth leg, it's
a
Kurt
good
to
result
throw
for a man
first.
that averaging 80 at the moment. Parry close to 86.
43.
About 25 darts at a double between them. 13 for Parry, 12 for Rahman.
45.
This is one of those points of a Group A where you're so surprised by some of the numbers.
60.
All you can do is tilt your head and think, what's going on? Considering what we saw
89.
earlier in the day, things really have fallen off a cliff a little bit.
Yeah, in terms of level of performance.
180.
Kurt is making up for lost ground because he did have his first game without a maximum
96.
when he played Van Bessien in the middle match of the day. That was the first match of the week without a maximum. Never mind the
100.
day. Since then, he's made up for it. He's got a couple here. Again, Brian finds himself on 271 for the second consecutive leg. Now, is that by accident?
98.
But it's certainly not by accident that
Brian,
Luke
you
Littler
require
continues to leave
170.
170 more than any other player right now.
And Brian seems to be leaving it more than anybody else
97.
today,
Kurt, you require 20.
but he hasn't hit it. Double five.
Game shot
Kurt
on the
hits
fifth
that.
leg.
And I've got
Kurt
a point to
Parry.
make about Kurt on double five. He spent an awful lot of time on it but it's not a positive
It's Brian
that
to
you're
throw
always on
first.
double
Game
five.
on.
It's a tertiary double. The only time it's ever a primary double is if you're going for 90 or
60.
130.
Correct.
And he has not been going for shots like that. He's been on double five because he's missing tops and tens.
140.
However, he's still in this match. And even though Rahman's start
56.
today was so bright, the middle to end portion of his day is not as bright as it was, which means he might be susceptible
40.
if someone can find a purple patch.
Yeah, he's gone from looking unplayable to vulnerable.
100.
What I will give him full credit for is the fact that he's not showing any frustration. He's just
180.
playing the game and accepting what is happening.
Yeah, and sometimes that's, something that we spoke about with reference to Spellman. Sometimes you just got to
Kurt, you require 141.
go with the flow.
Parry is starting to find that little
105.
patch of purple. I think it's a good thing that he's left double 18 because it gives him a break from tops, 10s and 5s.
Yeah.
Never mind 12s, 6s and 3s.
180. Kurt, you require 36.
Comes with pressure.
Game shot on the 6th
Pressure is
leg.
for tyres, Mason.
Kurt Parry.
We hadn't had a game go all the way until game
Seventh final leg. It's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
number 10. Well, all of a sudden, he's going bananas on that treble 20.
That's his fourth 180 in this match.
100.
Right now, Rahman has got every single right to say what is happening here.
93.
He's had 18 darts at a double in this game as Kurt Parry. And he's edging closer to a victory against the person who was just above him in the
93.
table. We could even have 3 players on
58.
12 points in as little as a minute. And Van Biesien's on 10.
126.
Kurt's
Kurt, you require
opportunity at a 170 now, but he doesn't have to take it.
98.
Going to be interesting to see what happens next with Kurt because we've said that he looks more comfortable on combination shots.
100.
He might have to hit this one.
Kurt, you require 72.
Single 16 for tops.
32.
High and
Brian, you
left.
require 82.
Rahman is known as the Riddler. He now needs to be the thief.
42.
Oh my, that was close.
When that left his hand,
Kurt, you
he would have
require
thought,
40.
oh, that's in.
Game,
Well, that one's in,
shot,
and
the
it is
match.
Kurt Parry who
Kurt
inflicts
Parry.
another defeat for Brian Rahman. And it's Kurt Parry who joins Spellman and Rahman all on 12 points. 4 180s in there for Parry, 89-87. He got the missed doubles right. In fact, he was 3 from 7 in the final stages of the match. When we come back after a very short break, Lee Budgeon will be taking on James Van Biesien.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where for the second day running, Brian Rahman and Kurt Parry went all the way to a last leg decider. Both players missed a match start before Kurt Parry again got over the line, condemning the man who sat top of the league standings to his second defeat of the session. Confirmation of those results then, with one more round of fixtures still to bring you. Alex Spellman getting over the line in a last leg decider in the match prior to that. It was a pretty poor affair in that one. Alex Spellman coming through, but his dip in level has been pretty puzzling over his last couple of games. The American himself looking fairly perplexed with a number of his wayward darts in his last contest. And Lee Budgeon actually treated us to a 10-dart leg in that one before going down to Spellman. We can see then what that latest run of results has done to the league standings. And we now have 3 players joint on 12 points. Brian Rahman, Alex Spellman and Kurt Parry. Things could get pretty tasty going into tomorrow's session. It does now look like Lee Budgeon may well have to settle for a campaign in Group C, despite a pretty impressive start to his second day in Group A. Right then, let's get back into the action. One more round of fixtures to bring you, so let's get back to Chris and Paul.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, I'm with you. I think Lee Budgeon has to win this game and possibly win 4 out of 5 tomorrow, Paul, to have a chance to maybe get an opportunity in Group B. The players, if you're joining us for the first time, the winner of this Group A, which is completed tomorrow, straight through to the final. Positions 2 and 3 go into Group B, which is on a Thursday and Friday evening, starting at 10. But it's only a 5-player field, and
First
it's
leg,
3 from
Lee
5
to
that
throw
qualify.
first. Game on.
Which sounds easier until Nico tells you the lineup in a moment. Positions 4, 5 and 6 go into Group C, which is Thursday and Friday afternoon. That's a 6-player field. They play each other twice over Thursday and Friday afternoons,
97.
but only 2 go through, so a lot tougher.
Yeah, get yourself into Group B, and you're going to come up against Darren Webster, one of the best players not to have received tour privileges in the last week or two.
81.
Vastly experienced, and yes, he would be a debutant here, but I think he would definitely have the bit between his teeth here. Alongside Chris Quantock, the winner
82.
in Series 5, and Tom Lonsdale, who has reputation, talent, and the ability to make Saturdays because he's done it before.
Yeah, that's a toughie.
60.
And the other group doesn't appear any easier on paper, Paul.
Not at all. Group C, which is from 1 o'clock on Thursday afternoon and Friday afternoon, a 6-person group, which will consist of, like Mace mentioned, the
100.
bottom 3 of this group, alongside Tom Sykes, James Wilson, Connor Scott. So Yorkshire, very well represented there already with Tom and with James. I am fascinated to see what we're
100.
going to get from James Wilson.
I think it's 9:30 now, isn't it, on a Thursday and Friday night?
Oh, is it really?
I think so, yeah.
I beg your
I
pardon.
only did it a couple of weeks ago, Paul, but a lot's happened between now and then.
45.
Lee Budgeon was very, very much
Well,
off the boil in his previous game,
38.
but miraculously, it is actually Lee and Alex Spellman who have the best records today. They have 3 wins from 4, and yet we've been talking and lauding other people more.
81.
it's somewhere in the middle anyway, Paul. It's not 9:30 and it's not 10. It's 9:45. On Sporty Stuff TV, Thursday and Friday night. Don't miss that. But yeah, it's incredible when you think how
42.
they've played.
Lee requiring 96.
They're the 2 with the superior records on the day.
Lee looking very much superior in the first leg.
60.
But doesn't get the full stop just yet on leg number 1. And James has still got that grimace on his
60.
face, and he has
Lee
every
required
right to show it right
36.
there, having a troubleless visit.
Game shot on the
That's a
first
nice
leg.
use
Lee
of double
Budgeon.
9 there.
Yeah, things can get messy, can't it? From
Second leg, it's James to throw
the
first.
switch from
Game on.
18s to 9s.
Well, people at this range of talent, and there are tiers in this game. You've got elite, you've got people who are just making their way through, and you've got people at this level who are well seasoned
60.
potentially, but haven't quite made it yet. And I would say that Lee Budgeon is in that bracket, but everybody from this level upwards, if they were to split 18s and split 9s with 2 darts, they'd be
13.
disgusted. It's just not something you want to see.
No. You won't want to see that either. Score of 13.
This is the portion of the day where people
140.
Wow, is that in thin air?
I thought it was... Remember James Richardson had one like that went out, come back in and went in the treble 20.
Sometimes I wish we had the benefit of one of those
140.
360-degree cameras.
Yeah, let's spend some more MODUS money, mate.
My word, that must have been a weird dart for Charlie Costafine to call.
$118.
I've completely forgotten what I was saying up until that dot. Oh, it's got to be a 180, this one.
180.
Sometimes you can just tell.
Just has that inviting look.
Yeah, this period of the day, you either come into your own or you struggle.
81.
And I always subscribed when it came to putting the yards in that you need to put in 20% more than you usually would. So if you wanted to put in a proper session
41.
with somebody else,
James
it might be
Jamiroquai, 102.
4 hours. You might want to stick in an extra 20% just in case you feel like this, and it would make it easier in the future.
Yeah, I was attempting to put in 5 30-minute spells, even though the
54.
average
Lee
match
required
length is around 15
127.
minutes.
It's a bad dart on that combination.
105.
One heck of a recovery,
James
though.
Jamiroquai, 48.
That's one way to leave double 11. Double 16 for James.
Game shot on the
A
second
very nice
leg.
find as well, because
James
if
Van
he missed
Bestiel.
that, Budgeon could easily have doubled his lead.
Yeah, good save.
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
So in the lead up to something like this, if you qualify for a Group A or a Group C, Mace has just made a really good point. Put yourself in a scenario where you warm yourself up for maybe
96.
60 minutes and then play those 5 games. But what I'm saying is play a 6th and just see how you feel during the 6th. And the more you play through struggling with your engine or indeed with arm
100.
tiredness, it just makes the previous games a bit easier in the coming days. You practice for what you've got coming up.
Yeah, and just try and replicate it as close as possible
97.
with that extra bit, so you've got something in reserve.
I think there's only 2 times a year where all of the elite players get it right. The lead up to the World Grand Prix, where they start practicing more double start, and the lead up to the World
100.
Championship, where they all start playing best of 5 sets and
Yeah,
longer than that.
longer sessions.
100.
Wasn't it fascinating that Luke Littler said that he hadn't thrown a dart since the World Final going into Bahrain? Do you believe him?
No. Although, how many days
95.
was it?
Just over 2 weeks.
Oh, right. Yeah, he wouldn't not have thrown a dart in 2 weeks.
You weren't calling boo hockey on him there.
No, it's a cool story, though. He got the column inches,
44.
but why would you not pick up your darts for 2 weeks when you've been in that rich vein of form? He just, he probably didn't do any kind of extensive practicing, but I'm sure he would have had a couple of 20, 30-minute spells on the board.
85. Lee required 164.
I think James was very fortunate that that flag didn't fall out when the previous dart hit it. It was dangling at the end of the stem. end your day after this. We got Tom van den Hogen
59.
against
Game
Kurt
to
Parry,
require
and then
121.
Roman against Spellman being your final match of the day. Great first start from James. Oh, the second. The least said about it, the better.
Just make sure of an 11.
Could have even been going for the single 11, then just overpitched it.
88. Lee require 105.
I think he's missed another single there, hasn't he?
He has.
I think he's having a tiff with the single 11, that's for sure. 86 left for Lee.
Are you an advocate for the 19s on the 105?
26.
Yes, I am, because
Game
I
to require
always want to try
33.
and leave double 16. So 57, 16,
The adjustments.
then
nice.
double, yeah.
Yeah.
A double 16 again, which has been a friend to James today. It isn't right now,
Game shot on the third leg.
but the next one is.
James Van Bessian.
If you're a beginner player, would you advise to go for the 20s on 105?
Yes, I would.
Fourth leg, it's
Just try and
James
keep
to
things
throw
simple.
first. Game on.
You know, you get those little checkout cards, and you can even get one of these surrounds now with all the finishes on
and
it.
on the mat, on your dart mat. I've seen those.
Did you ever hear that joke that Mark Webster wanted to play on Johnny Clayton by getting him one of those tires to go
Surrounds.
around his board? I'm not sure he ended up doing it, but
140.
it was funny at the time. But keep things simple if you're just beginning in this game. And a lot of people are post-Christmas and New Year. They get into watching the World Championship and
Get
some of
a
this. and-
dartboard for Christmas.
40.
Absolutely. Keep things simple. Don't try and do what the pros do initially. Just try and do the basics right. You can see that high hand position,
100.
that high flight position as well of that Van Bessian throw. That's for Budgeon. He's the other way around, a very low elbow position.
93.
And that's okay because his body position is quite low. I think it's a fascinating setup that he's got there. You don't see many people with that kind of dart, with that kind of
140.
stem and that kind of flight.
Yeah, it is unusual. Far more traditional setup for this man.
With that accented follow through as well. Finishes the
100.
follow through, then
James
goes for the
Ricciardo,
next dart. I'd love to see that.
121.
Same.
I've had some social media activity confirming our synopsis that James looks like Ming the Merciless, by the way.
63.
Well, a lovely message from James Richard. He said Thomas Youngens also had a similar 180 like James, where it looked like it was coming out and went back in.
96.
Happy birthday for
James
Friday.
required 58.
For James, turns 50 and playing in his first seniors tours this weekend. He's going to liven that place up a bit.
Oh, my word.
Game shot
Speaking
on
of
the fourth
livening
leg.
things up,
James Van Bessian.
James is now one leg away from finishing the day with a win.
Fifth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
And considering how much we've talked about everybody else, Van Bessian could indeed finish with exactly the same day as yesterday.
Yep.
6 points and beating
60.
the same three players.
Bizarre.
Yeah, happy birthday to James Richardson for later in the week. And I'm sure you going to the seniors is very bad news for
100.
everybody else.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking.
Beautiful darts from Lee.
That final dart was beautifully placed.
Really was. And just thinking about that intricacy of age brackets, I think the fact that Luke Littler has made the top 32 in the world is a good thing for the rest of the development tour. Because he's not allowed to play on the
180.
development tour if he's in the top 32 in the world.
That's right, yeah.
But he can defend
Josh-
his World Youth Championship.
Oh, can he? Oh, brilliant. Josh Rock had a similar situation, didn't he, once he got inside the top 32?
140.
This is a great response from Lee. Great technique. Seems to be focusing on that follow through a lot, just trying to make it natural, which is a very good thing to do.
64. Lee, you require 121.
James wanted more than that. He'll have to settle for a 157 attempt if he gets a look.
46. James, you require 157.
Chris Mason's facial expression right now matches my own. What was Lee doing there?
He had 96 left. Trouble 20 for double 18. Answers on a postcard.
Did he, for some reason, think he had 95?
41. Lee, you require
he lost
75.
one somewhere.
He'd lose the match, potentially, if he misses this 75. He hasn't got the maths wrong this time.
35.
But the execution isn't
James, you
there.
require
Van
116.
Bessien has a very doable opportunity here to win his third match of the day. Chance is getting more likely.
96. Lee, you require
Now the
40.
question remains, does he get any more match opportunities at all? Oh, well, maybe. It could come in this leg.
8.
And they do.
James, you require
Made
20.
a mess of that there, Lee. That will leave him awfully frustrated. James Van Bessien, 3 darts at double 10 for yet another 2 points and to move on to 12. Alongside Parry, Spellman and Rahman, opts to split.
12. Lee, you required 32.
I don't know about that, you know. 2 dots at double 5 or 1 at double 4? That is a debate that might rage on.
16.
This game should be over now. Budgeon has
James, you
had his
require
chance to
8.
take it to leg 6.
3 in hand this time. Double 4 for a 4-1 win.
Game, shot,
Eventually
and the match.
finds the double
James Van Bessien.
and picks up the points. And while he's going under the radar, it has to be said, but Van Bessien, joint top. 4 players, all on 12 points there. The number 77-37 Budgeon, 81-31 for Van Bessien. 3 180s in there, 2 to Lee and 1 to James. When we come back after a short break, Tom will be taking on Kurt in our penultimate match.
Kurt Parry and Tom van den Hogen are next to complete their second day of Group A action. Parry has missed 36 darts at the outer ring across his last 3 matches, but still has a chance with a win here to move to the top of the table. He was a 4-2 winner in this particular fixture yesterday, getting over the line with a tidy 13-dart break of throw. Can he become the first player to move on to 14 points in the table, or will van den Hogen be able to pick up his second win of the week? Let's find out in the company of Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Many thanks, Abby. An interesting game, this one.
57.
Because it's Kurt Parry that needs the win. As far as Tom van den Hogen is concerned, he is destined for Group C already.
60.
So all the pressure is on Parry. He sits on 12 points in the table alongside 3 other players. And this
51.
game in hand that Kurt has on Van Biesien, he's got to make use of it, because he knows that overnight somebody is going to be on 14 points. He must be there with them to have the best chance of winning this group.
Yep, one of either Brian Roman
58.
or Spellman will move on to 14. Parry would love to join
60.
either one of those as the overnight table topper.
Considering he was pretty much there at the start of play,
56.
it will be as you were going into day number 3. And I don't think anything's changed about his game.
180.
No, I just think he went through a spell where he just couldn't get it right. And that, well, we've
79.
discussed it in depth, and
Kurt requires
the
61.
whys and the wheres. And as I always say, there's reason players
29.
don't have tour cards, and most of the time it's because they don't have a B game. And that's what you need.
That's why some players just bounce back
60.
immediately.
Kurt, you require 32.
They might have lost their tour privileges by the tiniest of
Aim
margins,
shot on the first leg.
but they're ready
Kurt
to go
Parry.
back because they're just better than everybody else, like Steve Lennon. Well, Kurt was much better than Tom
Second
in that
leg, it's
first
Kurt to
leg.
throw first.
It's how
Game
you
on.
bridge that gap, isn't it? From being a very, very good player to an elite player.
180.
First player to get 4 180s in a match this week, Kurt Parry, and he's already halfway there in this
43.
game. I said a little bit earlier in yesterday's session that I think he could be the person who might get the most 180s in a
180.
game. But the problem with his brilliance in this match is that he might not have enough legs to do it.
20. Kurt, you require 141.
That's about as much emotion as you get from Kurt in a match.
45.
Somewhat ironic smile.
Yeah, I think there may have been a bit too much adrenaline in there, Nico.
I can definitely sympathise,
140. Kurt, you require 96.
having not been in that situation many times. Double 18.
Game shot.
What a
on
leg that
second
is.
leg.
11 darter,
Kurt
and it's only
Parry.
3 minutes and 5 seconds he needs for the halfway point.
Being
Third leg, it's
played
Tom to
at
throw
some
first.
pace, this
Game
one.
on.
Years ago when I made my Grand Prix debut, I was playing Wayne Jones, actually, the week 9 winner. Beat me by 2 sets to 1. Thoroughly enjoyable game. Started with a
80.
160, then a 180, and all of a sudden I had these sensations through my body that I'd never felt before. And I thought, nobody had hit a 9 darter on double stop
85.
at that point, I thought. And I'd missed one in the Australian match play on the bullseye the previous season. 'Cause that was a
140.
double start tournament.
Oh, wow.
Missed the bullseye for it, and then I scored 26.
180.
Well, that's 4 180s in 2 and a bit legs.
139.
This is exhilarating from Kurt. And it just goes to show that when he gets it right, he really is exciting to
100.
watch.
Tom, you require 142.
Fair play to Tom. He's kept up with him in this third leg of the contest.
Well, if Kurt could just add a bit of consistency and eliminate the issues on the outer ring, he has the scoring power to compete at any level.
25. Kurt, you require 136.
Oh, that's perfect.
96.
You'd be gutted
Tommy
not to have
Rakai,
seen that second dart follow the
117.
first.
He's put so much pressure on Tom van den Hogen in this game. He'll feel like the walls are
47.
closing in.
Kurt, you require 40.
Double 10.
Yeah,
And there's the
shot on
proof. He's
third
on double
leg.
5 again,
Kurt Parry.
but it's because he's missing tops and tens. And how dare I cast any sort of dispersion the way of Kurt Parry, who was 3-0 up,
Fourth
averaging
leg, it's Kurt to
107.
throw first.
Well,
Game
he's
on.
averaging 90 seconds a leg at the moment, Nico.
140.
Might not need 90 seconds for this leg. Playing like he's got a bus to catch.
Has he got a cab running outside or something?
97.
I've got a quiz question for you, just while we can. Do you know how many Hogans have played in the PDC World Cup?
81.
Just a little teaser for you guys at home there. Or on your travels if you're watching us via the MODUS Super
75.
Series YouTube channel. Give you a hint. It's not Paul Hogan.
100.
No. And it's not Hulk Hogan.
No. I'll put you out of your misery. 1.
93.
Sean Hogan. South
Australia.
Africa.
Oh, South African, that's right.
They were Devon Peterson. Had to get that out of
Didn't
the
he-
way because
didn't he
he was
win
going
a
to be tops right there.
140.
Didn't he win a qualifier to get in that?
I think that's what they had to do. Well, you know what you got to do when it comes to making a
126.
statement.
Kurt, you require 40.
It's doing this. Double 10. Double 5.
30.
Well, had he
Tommy
hit
require
tops, Nico,
110.
he'd have had an average of close to 109.
This is tops.
Well, in terms of setting a big average, Kurt Parry won't mind seeing this go in.
90.
I think he wants this
Kurt,
game
you
done
require
now.
10. Game,
Performance
shot,
of the week
and
so
the match.
far.
Kurt
He
Parry.
already had the best performance of the week in his first game today, averaging 101.9, but he's gone a couple of points better in that one, 103.66, and that was fast. Now, just to say how fast that was, it was 6 minutes and 46 seconds, but it is about a minute behind the record, so it could have been a little bit quicker. That's the scary thing. But well done, Kurt. You're on 14 points overnight. Who's going to join you? Is it going to be Spellman or Rahman?
So Brian Rahman and Alex Spellman complete our second day of Group A action here at the Super Series. Rahman looked steady, solid and, well, just a level above the rest of the field early on today, and it was tough to see him not go in through the card. But a drop-off in his performance level since his middle match has made his next game very interesting indeed, because his opponent Alex Spellman has also struggled somewhat in his last two matches, but both players will know how significant, how crucial it is to sign off with a win over a close rival. To find out who'll do just that, let's get back to Chris and Paul.
Yeah, interesting climax, Abby, because when you consider the fact that Kurt Parry has done his job, he's got himself to 14 points overnight.
First leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
It's a question now of who will join him. Whoever loses this match, it's not the end of the world, but it does put just a little bit more pressure on them in the first couple of
100.
rounds tomorrow to stay in touch. You'd much rather be in control of your own destiny. That's for sure. Now, if Rahman wins, he'll be top of the table because he has the superior leg difference over Spellman
58.
and Parry. Whereas if Spellman wins, he will demote Rahman to third.
Yeah, what I can't believe is
57.
they made Spellman favourite despite being against the throw here. You could have got Brian Rahman at evens and 8-11 about Alex Spellman.
58.
I'm with you. I'm not really on board with those ones there, but you know what it's like sometimes.
Yeah, they get it wrong, but still get it right.
45.
If you are having a bit of a flutter today, remember to gamble responsibly. Over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for all the information you need on that. A maximum of 7 more legs
55.
to see here in Portsmouth today. And we'll take the rest of the day to mull over what we've seen, and then we come into the final day of Group A
59.
tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. via the usual channels. I think for the rest of today, no matter what happens here, Alex is going to be surveying what has been happening with
100.
the grip, the release, or whatever it is, has been causing those darts pull to the left.
Yeah, well, a lot of players, they have their
180.
They have their kit, which they take, which either goes on a door or on a stand, and it may be a case that have a bit of dinner and a couple of hours rest, and then maybe have a
45. Brian, you
maybe have a couple of hours on the board this evening just to try and iron that out.
I knew he was going to do that. Treble 12, double 12.
Shot on the first leg.
That's just
Brian
a
Rahman.
typical type of shot that Brian Rahman has got in his locker.
Second leg, it's
Does
Alex
he
to
hate
throw
tops, though?
first.
I don't think there's any double on this board that he dislikes. I think he just wants to check as many boxes as possible. Don't underestimate just how many avenues you have for certain shots. Now remember,
99.
Alex Spellman was on 185 there, I believe.
Yeah.
So he had the freedom of doing whatever he wanted.
100.
He could have even gone for
10 ball.
yeah, whatever he wanted. But the treble 12, double 12 makes an awful lot of sense. Because the worst case scenario, if you go for 20 in tops,
85.
is you hit the 20, you miss the tops, you miss the 10s, and you're on double 5. At least that way, he could find himself
60.
on something of an even nature.
Yeah, something that breaks down.
Although, had he hit the treble 12, he could have split 12s and 6s as well. Leave
Ended
himself
up
on double 3.
Yeah.
54.
So it's of a much of a muchness. I'm just trying to get into the head of the Riddler, which is probably a bit of a dangerous place to be.
I think it may be
92.
just something that stimulates him mentally.
I couldn't agree more. And I think if that's what motivates him, then go with it. Make the game interesting. And we've seen it from some
96.
other Benelux-type players who have done the same, like Dimitri Vandenberg, who has some of these shots in his locker as well.
98. Alex should require 167.
Started on the 19s this time, which has become more of a popular start than ever
95.
before.
Brian, you require 151.
Yeah,
91.
54,
Alex should
57.
require 72.
I can get behind that one as well. And he's left 60 again, but in very different circumstances this time.
I could assure you, he won't be going trouble 12, double 12 if he gets a poke.
32.
Time to find
Brian
out.
requires 60.
There you go. Double 10.
40. Alex, you require 40.
Double top for Spellman.
Game
That's
shot
more
on the
like it.
second leg.
Just
Alex
hanging
Spellman.
tough at the moment. Is Spellman. Could have found himself.
Third leg, it's Brian to
2-0
throw
down.
first. Game on. 60.
You know me, Mace. I'm always a bit of a sponge when it comes to knowledge. I am always really interested about the origins of names.
180.
We know that, as we see, our first 180 there from Mr. Spellman.
Did he come from a
45.
family of wizards?
I really hope so. The name Spellman is common among English, German, and Irish people, apparently.
Wow, that's
99.
interesting. 'Cause I don't think I've ever come across that name before.
Yeah, me too. It's the first time I've seen it. And interestingly, the Irish version of the name is derived from the name
48.
Spillane, which leads me to the fact that the Pittsburgh Steelers actually used to have a linebacker called Robert Spillane.
Well, wasn't there Mickey Spillane? Wasn't it a detective thing?
Yeah, so there's definitely a little bit
100.
of history with the name, that's for sure.
Well, there's a lot of Irish history in America, isn't there?
Isn't it just? Especially in the East Coast and places like
100.
Philadelphia, Boston,
Alex
New
require
York.
122.
And those towns have very big darting followings. Level 19 is not good for Alex on this occasion.
I remember going to
62.
Boston for the first time and going into a bar, an Irish bar, and it was like being in the middle of Dublin.
Not exactly a bad thing.
No, it was amazing.
180. Alex, you require 60.
Is that a belated 180? Because this time Spellman's got 60. Has he got the lead?
40.
He has
Brian, you
not, and it
require
could be treble 12
68.
again here for Brian.
Yeah, I like this play.
Not so. Makes me look foolish.
36.
That dart
Alex,
just
you
didn't sit
require
in his
20.
grip. 100%
Too quick.
there.
Game
That one was
shot
all
on
right.
third leg.
2-1 Spellman.
Alex Spellman.
Could be 3-0 to
Fourth leg,
Roman.
it's Alex to throw first. Game on.
He is caught in a mire right now of thought of how am I 2-1 down? And if we could accentuate that just a little bit,
100.
he's thinking, how on earth have I only won twice today? If he walks away with only 2 wins
100.
from 5, he will be devastated.
He will. But I think he's mentally strong enough to deal with that overnight. If he does go on to lose
97.
this match, he's only 1 win adrift of the top 2.
Let me put something into perspective. No matter what happens between now and the
140.
end of Friday, I see Brian Roman here on Saturday.
Agreed.
I see him getting through either Group A or Group B. That's my
60.
somewhat weather forecast for what's going to happen over the next few days. That's for what happens on Saturday night. We'll tackle that when we get there.
61.
Yeah, what? We can almost try and work out the potential lineup, but what a lineup's going to be. If you've not been to the Super Series or you're
55.
planning on coming back, this Saturday will be well worth a visit. If you've got a device that scans QR codes,
134.
get on that one on screen and that'll take you straight to the landing page to reserve your ticket. It's only £2 a booking fee. 3 drinks for a tenner, so potentially a night out for 12 quid. A night of live sport in a
135.
unique and
Brian,
intimate
you require
atmosphere
66.
here at the Super Series. If you don't have a scanner, head over to
Game
www.dartshop.tv.
shot on the fourth leg.
And that's the way to
Brian
level things up.
Roman.
Can hit 1 double, but can hit 2.
Just doing things the only way he knows how. That
Fifth
was
leg,
not
it's Brian to throw
intentional,
First. Game on.
but it was effective.
60.
definitely up there with one of the most fierce throwers in world darts. He throws them so hard.
140.
Whereas Alex gets them to float through the air. It's very much a massaging of the throw over the course of the set position to the
59.
follow through. Whereas Brian says, give me that dart. I'm going to chuck it.
Yeah, it's much more direct, isn't it? And like you say, with Spellman, it's got a bit of loop about it.
140.
And something's just a little bit better in this game than the previous two, that's for sure.
100.
But over the course of today, we've seen Rahman win 4 points. Van Biesien, Parry, Spellman and Budgeon all win 3 games apiece. It's only
80.
Tom Van den Hogen who has not won a game. But very, very similar output from this crop of players that we saw really good stuff from yesterday.
140. Alex Urakai, 141.
Rahman is grafting away here, but Spellman against the darts is just finding a way. Treble 20 leaves double 18.
105.
Perfect.
Brian Urakai, 142.
Approach play.
Went for the 20s on that one. Fascinating stuff.
64. Alex
A lot
Urakai,
of people like the 17s on that shot these days. Don't think Brian's going to like double 9 if it's found by Alex right here.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
3-2 to the
Alex
American.
Spellman.
He could find himself on 14 points
6th leg.
at
It's
the
Alex
top
to throw
of the
first.
table
Game on.
after what has been a puzzling day.
Yeah, I'm bemused at how he's got to this point. But as we say,
100.
it's all about timing.
It'll just give us a bit more fat to chew in the morning when we come back.
Yes, crunching the numbers is going to be fascinating.
97.
The longer it takes for a man to get himself a 1-visit lead in a leg in this
60.
match, the sooner it could end. Things are getting very tight.
60.
With that trebleless visit, it means that Spellman retains control in a leg that if he holds, the job is done.
Great recovery.
81.
May well be enough across the next couple of visits, just the one treble each turn.
135.
That does apply a bit of pressure. Not sure if he's dinked over. No, it's
60.
only 60. So Rahman now has the opportunity to extend
41.
the match, but that's a disastrous visit. For one, it's only 41. More bad news, he's not left a finish. Spellman has 6 from here to win it 4-2.
95. 136.
On a wry smile.
Alex Mackay, 105.
Our highest finish today has only been a ton. Tops. Another one of those.
65.
Ooh, just
Brian
slightly
Mackay,
overpitched it.
32.
So, a match dart has
Game
come and
shot on the
gone.
sixth
But
leg.
Rahman
Brian Rahman.
pins double 16 to take us to a deciding leg in the final
Seventh
match
final
of
leg. It's
day
Brian to
2 of
throw
Group
first. Game on. $100.
A. Well, finds the trouble with his final dart. What can Spellman do to pressure? Try and get a mistake out of Rahman.
100.
Matches the ton start.
$60.
First man to blink is Rahman, only 60.
60.
Absolute parity in this one.
60.
Pressure is playing its part in this deciding leg. There's plenty riding on it, remember.
83.
A win for either player will top the table overnight, albeit on leg difference.
58.
Advantage Spellman.
55.
Hands the advantage back to Roman. That needs trebles. And they're proving elusive. Got to come down.
47.
Well, a single 19 would have left a finish of 164. Surprised he didn't start on the 19s there. Just to have a different look at something.
$140.
Oh, what a time
Alexa
to
require
find your first 2 treble visit of the leg. And Spellman can't finish. 98 remaining. Well, just in case, he's left double 19,
36.
but Brian Roman loves double 18
Game,
and pins it with
match,
one dart.
Brian Roman.
And after facing a match start at tops from Spellman, it's Roman who gets the better of Alex. 4-3. The average is there, 85.13 for Brian Roman. Alex Spellman, 82.5. Decent doubling again from Roman, though. 4 from 7, 57%. 3 180s in there. 2 in favour of Roman, 1 for Spellman. So the table looks like Roman on top on leg difference, 14 points plus 13. And he will be the overnight leader. Well, with a little of a summary of today's action, let's join Abby and Paul on stage.
Yeah, thanks very much. Brian Roman then rounds off his second day of action with his 3rd win of the day. Nico, we saw a bit of a drop-off from pretty much everyone, didn't we, at the midpoint in today's action. What do you put that down to?
It's really hard to diagnose, if I'm honest, especially with Brian, because his first 2 games were so good. But maybe sometimes when you play that impressively in your first couple of games, you expect it to come in the next 2 or 3 games. It just didn't seem to happen in the middle match. And then after that, there's just this little seed of doubt is planted. And maybe everybody had that little bit of doubt at some point today.
And for Alex Spellman, he looked pretty perplexed with some of his darts when he was missing big numbers, some wayward darts. How much can that start to play on your mind? And how do you prevent it from then dripping into tomorrow?
Well, I think it will prevent you from being ultra confident in what you're doing, whether it's single numbers, trebles or doubles. But I think the one consolation that Alex has got going into Wednesday is that he's definitely not out of it. I know that was a disappointing loss in that previous game with Brian, and he had a chance to be leading overnight, even though he hasn't played anywhere near his best the first couple of days of this campaign. But he's still in the mix, and if he's going to find better stuff tomorrow, he still has a chance of having Thursday and Friday off.
Yeah, confirmation then of the 15 matches that we've seen over the course of today's play. Kurt Parry, how pleased do you think he'll be? His finishing was a bit sus throughout the course of the day, but he still managed to get that 4-0 victory to close out the day's play. The best average we've seen this week. Pretty special.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a bookend day, hasn't he? Best average of the week in the first game, and then he's bettered it with the last game. So from that token, it's a case of, yeah, I can start well, I can finish well with game 5, but the stuff in between, he'll be scratching his head for the rest of the day thinking, why can't I just do that every game? Darts is difficult. And a lot of the misses that he's had today have been very fine, but when it clicks, my word, it's good.
And if you're Lee Budgeon, yesterday he would have been frustrated. Today, he's probably scratching his head a little bit more because he made such a good start to the day's play. We'll be disappointed with how it ended.
Yeah, I think so. 6 points is a decent return for a day's work here at the Super Series in 5 games. But ultimately, I think when you walk away with your first 3 wins and then lose the next 2, it just makes dinner feel a little less tasty. So going into tomorrow, he can have that freedom that he had at the start of Tuesday and cause problems for everybody else.
And just talk to me about Brian Rahman against Kurt Parry, because that game has delivered on both days. It's gone to a deciding leg on Monday and Tuesday. Both days, they've both missed match starts, and Kurt Parry's come out on top on both occasions.
Well, they both have very fluent actions. There's not a great deal of aiming going on here. And with 14 legs completed, we just get a really good chemistry between these two. And I can't wait to see them tomorrow. But if Brian Rahman was to lose out to either Kurt or Alex, or otherwise, because there are other possibilities, then it might just be the Welshman that the noodle is saying, I don't want to see him for a couple of days. But then again, he might have to if they both go to Group B.
Absolutely. Let's get confirmation then of the league standing with one more day of Group A action remaining, and confirmation that it's Brian Rahman and Kurt Parry leading the way on 14 points. Spellman and Van Bessian certainly won't feel out of the race. For Tom van den Hogen, what do you think he's going to learn about himself this week?
So much. Maybe more than he can put into a day's diary in a journal or something that he has on a smart device, because I'm a big advocate for people when they're in this situation, write down at the end of the day what you've learned about yourself. It's not just about how you've performed on this dartboard, it's how you felt in certain situations. I think he looks very calm and composed. He may not feel that way, but he's learning a lot about himself, and no matter what happens this week, he will be a better player and possibly a better person for it.
Absolutely. Right then, the race to qualify for finals night via Group A is certainly heating up. Who can parry themselves over the line? Come and join us from 9:30 tomorrow morning to find out.